You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and the Fox 35 Orlando Facebook page. We appreciate you joining us today. Want to let you know some of what we've got going on for you the next 4.5 hours of live streaming here. It is going to be a bit of a busy day, and we appreciate you joining us. First, let me give you a live look right now in Okaloosa County, where we're getting ready to hear from the state chief financial officer and the state fire marshal. That would be Blazin Golia, who is supposed to speak, award some funds to firefighters there, and also often shows his appreciation to those first responders for all the work they do. So we are going to hear from him and bring his remarks to you coming up in just a little bit. That news conference is scheduled to begin around 11 o'clock. So any minute now, it looks like we should hear from the state CFO. Also, want to let you know that we are tracking a number of other things coming up a little bit later this afternoon, including 2:30, where we are going to hear from the GM of the Orlando City Soccer Club, talking about their decision to part ways with head coach Oscar Pareja. That was breaking news yesterday afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus and on Florida Live. We talked a little bit with Jonah yesterday about the impact of that. We're going to hear more from the team, from team officials about where this came from, the reasoning behind it, and more on that. So that's, again, coming up at 2:30. Also, let me give you a live look from our Launch Credit Union camera. We're going to hear from NASA later today, coming up at 3 o'clock, where they are going to discuss and potentially give us a launch date for the Artemis II mission. So they had 2 wet dress rehearsals, as they call them, fueling tests, essentially. Found some issues that needed to be addressed with that, so they ended up rolling that rocket back to the vehicle assembly building where it has been ever since. But we're going to get an update today from NASA officials after conducting a flight readiness review. And again, we could learn a launch date for that upcoming mission that will go around the moon for Artemis II. This comes just on the heels of learning in the past couple of weeks that there have been additional Artemis missions that have been added. Artemis III no longer going to go to the moon. That will be Artemis IV. Could be one of 2 moon landings attempted in 2028. So Artemis II going to be another step toward that, and we are hoping to see that launch go off sometime next month. That is still in play, from our understanding, is that that launch could happen in April. So those are just a few of the things that are happening today here on Fox 35 News Plus as we just get started on this Thursday morning. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now, and Jess, tracking some rain out there today.
Yeah, we definitely need it. So that's going to be moving in before long, and we're going to start to see the showers into the early afternoon. Bulk of the heaviest rain in the mid to late afternoon hours. So when it comes to the forecast as a whole, it's also going to be a windy day out ahead of the main round of showers and a couple of thunderstorms. So temperatures will be warming up in the mid 80s as we head throughout this afternoon. Just about across the board, we'll see the mid 80s for highs, the high of 86 to be exact in Orlando. And you'll notice by 5 o'clock, we do have about a 50-50 shot of seeing some scattered showers and thunderstorms. And this is all a part of a big system that's extending all the way from the upper northeast to the sections of obviously the Panhandle. And this has been a system that's brought a lot of severe weather with it. We've had multiple reports of strong and violent tornadoes this week. And we've even had some confirmed tornadoes this morning across Alabama and Georgia. This is going to be making its way into Florida in a much weaker fashion, so it's not going to be causing us a whole lot in the way of issues other than the fact that we need the rain. But an isolated strong storm or two can't be really ruled out completely, maybe some gusty winds at times. But other than that, we're going to be expecting just kind of the weaker side of the system, thankfully. But some thunderstorms are certainly going to be a possibility, especially as we get closer towards 3 and 4 o'clock when we have the peak heating of the day taking hold. And we're going to be expecting the peak heating of the day to gradually help to increase those rain chances, coupled with that moisture in the front moving through. So this is going to be associated with that cold front. 5, 6 o'clock, we'll continue to see these showers and a couple thunderstorms work their way along the I-4 corridor, and then they'll work their way south and east of the I-4 corridor, say by about 5, 6 o'clock or even 7 o'clock. They're going to be pretty scattered. We'll have some leftover showers behind this main line too, but generally speaking, it really does look like they're going to be fairly scattered at times and pretty hit and miss. So over the next 3 days into the weekend, here's how things shape up for us. Mostly dry tomorrow, a couple of spotty showers, especially near the coast, can't be ruled out. Saturday, slightly higher chances, still staying pretty scattered though, with a 30% chance. And then by Sunday, that's when things really start to shake up. We'll have a warm front push in that's going to help to bring up our temperatures, but also help to bring in some scattered showers and storms, even higher chances, a 60% chance. Could see an isolated strong storm too then, and then also into Monday. Beyond this Monday setup, so Monday we'll have a front move in, a 70% chance of rain for Monday, and that will help to usher in what's going to be some chilly weather, some cooler temperatures for sure. I was talking to my parents back home in Kentucky, and they're looking at highs next week, like in the 30s and 40s again. Yikes. No, thank you. So this is going to be kind of a shock to the system for Tuesday and Wednesday for us. But overall, it's like free AC weather, really. 66 degrees will be our high on Tuesday, which is St. Patrick's Day, so you might have to break out that green sweatshirt or hoodie if you still got them out. Hopefully you do at least maybe one or two just in case of emergencies, because it's going to be cooler. A low, though, of Tuesday night, Wednesday morning in the upper 40s at 49 degrees. Not great. And then it'll turn nicer, warmer slowly as we get closer towards the middle and late parts of next week with 70 Wednesday, but still we're just up and down this roller coaster ride as we head throughout this really just this month so far, it feels like.
Yeah, but especially just a whiplash here from going from record highs to then back in the 40s
in about a week.
Yeah,
it's gonna be. I'm not excited about the 40s. I know other people might be, but not so much for me.
Yeah.
I like the warm weather, but at least, I mean, you can cut the AC off for a little bit. You just might have to turn the heat on Wednesday morning. I don't know if that's any better. Yeah, I don't know if it's an improvement, but like, what do you do?
Right. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. Give you a live look right now downtown Orlando on this Thursday morning. Keep it right here. We are just getting started on Fox 35 News Plus. On the other side of this break, we're going to be talking with Drew the Disney Dude about some big Disney news that dropped today, and also talk about what the new chairman of Disney Experience is, what that means for the parks that we know and love right here in Central Florida. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, good morning. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on the Fox 35 Orlando Facebook page right now. We appreciate you joining us. Let us know where you're watching from. You can drop that in the comments on YouTube or on Facebook. It is time now. We are going to talk some theme parks, because a big announcement this week with the announcement of the new Disney Experiences chairman. So we want to know what that is going to mean for all of us who know and love the Disney theme parks right here in Central Florida. And then also a lot more Disney news dropped just in the past couple of hours. So joining us live now in the studio here to break down all of this, we've got Drew, the Disney dude. Drew, nice to have you here in person. Thanks for joining us.
I know, it feels weird to be here in person finally. I'm used to looking at you through my laptop camera, but I'm here, and I guess it works out because we have so much news, a overwhelming amount of news. So let's break all of it down. Yeah,
it really does work out that we had the schedule to talk about the Disney Experiences news, but let's start with the stuff that we just got today, because we just got the opening dates for a lot of things that we've been talking about for months now.
Yeah, all those things from when they were first announced to now finally opening, and this is all kind of revolving around Cool Kids Summer. So Cool Kids Summer first debuted last year, and then they're bringing it back this year, finally. The big things, like you said, we've been talking about Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, Big Thunder Mountain, all of the transformation at Hollywood Studios, and then Bluey and Bingo at Animal Kingdom. Now we know that Buzz Lightyear is opening on April 8th at Magic Kingdom, so from the announcement of the date to opening is less than a month, which I think is awesome. And this attraction, I am so excited for it, because we're getting not only those quality of life updates like the updated ride vehicles, the handheld blasters, the interactive targets, Buddy the Robot, that new show scene, but new gameplay modes on the ride to make it more re-rideable. There's going to be secret targets throughout that you look for that are going to boost your score. And again, April 8th at Magic Kingdom very soon. And then just a few weeks later, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad's opening in early May, which is right before Cool Kids Summer kicks off, but we don't have an exact date on Big Thunder Mountain, but it's good that it's May, before the big summer rush. Everyone's gonna get to go on it, so that's awesome. So I guess just stay tuned to my social media for the exact Big Thunder Mountain date. And then over at Hollywood Studios, so much going on. You have May 22nd, The Mandalorian and Grogu on Smuggler's Run, and then on May 26th, you've got all this awesome stuff happening. The Walt Disney Studios Courtyard is opening before the magic of Disney animation. You've got Mickey Mouse Clubhouse live in that soundstage. So a new courtyard to walk around and a new show on the 26th. And then coming down the road, you've got Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets, which we talked about a ton recently. I'm very excited for that project in the sense that it's getting the Muppets back into Hollywood Studios. It's a good beginning. As we've seen the Muppet Show recently, it's been popular. If this does well, then that's going to give Thomas Maslin as chairman to invest in the Muppets going forward. And then, like I just mentioned, Bluey's Wild World at Animal Kingdom also on May 26th. Oh yeah, and Soarin' Across America on May 26th as well. So May 26th is a big day, so I would suggest just following me, and I'm on Substack now as well, writing articles, deep dives. So drewthedisneydude.substack.com as well. So you guys can find me everywhere, and I'll keep you updated.
Yeah, so let's dive into a couple of those things, because we have talked before about the changes to the Buzz Lightyear ride, and it seems like something that people are excited about.
Yeah. I just think that it's so awesome that we're getting these updates on beloved classics. Like, not everything, in my opinion, has to be a new $400 million roller coaster. We're getting those things, don't get me wrong. You're seeing major growth at 3 of the 4 parks. But I love that when Magic Kingdom, because we're getting Cars and Villains down the road, they're looking at how can we update the park in the meantime. Like Cinderella Castle being repainted, Buzz getting these quality of life updates, Big Thunder Mountain's biggest refurbishment ever, and then down the road we have Carousel of Progress to look forward to as well. So it's a good initiative to update what we already have while also doing things that are brand new.
The Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is going to be great to have back open. You and I talked about it not too long ago, and I was like, just seeing it, like I had forgotten how much I enjoy that one. It's a good one, and you've been able to, that's one that you've been able to kind of see all the work that's been going on. This has been a long process for us, so it's going to be great to have that back open.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I was thinking, like, the conversion of Splash Mountain to Tiana's Bayou Adventure, Big Thunder Mountain has been following a similar length of timeline, and this is just a refurbishment. So I really think that goes to show how much work's going in, from the track replacement to the new ride vehicles to effects being restored, gold props on the mountain for the first time, a brand new scene at the beginning where there's going to be a giant crack of thunder, hence the name Big Thunder Mountain, signaling we need to leave because the mountain doesn't want us taking its gold. So it's extending the storyline while also just making it better for everyone. So I'm ready.
And then you mentioned Soaring Across America with some, that's one of those that you kind of get a little bit of a different experience when you ride it anyway. But this will be a kind of a brand new experience for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love this because it's celebrating America's 250th anniversary. It's debuting again May 26th, and Disney's saying it's limited time for about a year. My hope is that this is permanent because, again, it's celebrating the iconic, beautiful parts of our country, right? Just this morning, Disney announced that the Grand Canyon is going to be one of those locations. So there's already been some speculation on maybe Mount Rushmore and all the, like the Statue of Liberty as you're seeing in the poster, but the Grand Canyon, just think about how wide of the scale that is. You're going to be flying over that, like with the best camera equipment now on the market. So I'm excited for that one, and I hope the music, we get some new renditions of that iconic Soarin' theme. There's just so much going on. It's like, yes, I understand that there's feedback on what Disney could do better, and I understand that totally. Like, there's been some things in recent years, like the removal of Magical Express and Lightning Lanes and all that, and I get that, totally. I try to focus on the positives because there is a lot happening, and if you're going to increase prices or make some of these changes, well, I think the best way to do that is to give people more to do when they're here.
Yeah, that's a good point. And now let's talk a little bit big picture here, because we do know that Disney has announced the new chairman of Disney Experiences.
A big one.
So talk with us about this, because we'll first set this up, because we know obviously that is a hole that was created when they named the new Disney CEO, who was coming from that position. So just kind of set this up for us here.
Yeah, so just who is replacing Bob Iger, right? That's been like Disney's succession committee. This has been the big topic of discussion, and we just found out recently that Josh D'Amaro, as you said, the current Parks chairman, is now being promoted to CEO on March 18th. And alongside him, we have Dana Walden, who is taking over as Chief Creative Officer, which is a brand new role, the first woman to ever do that. So 2 new leaders at the top. Well, then there's going to be a lot of dominoes falling behind the scenes. And what I love about Thomas Maslam being promoted to chairman of Disney Parks and Disney Cruise Line and Disney Consumer Products, all the Fortnite stuff coming down the road, is that I was just at Disneyland recently, where I met Thomas in person for the first time, and I took 4 pages of handwritten notes about what Thomas and his team is doing at Disneyland. So I figured what better way than to come into the studio with that insight as to who is Thomas? Like, what does this mean for the future of Walt Disney World? We just talked about all these things opening. Well, Thomas is stepping into this role on March 18th. Like, it's right now. So he's going to be immediately not just overseeing Disneyland. Like, right now he's the president of Disneyland, but now he's going to be seeing everything. So he started off by kind of addressing, it's more expensive to go to Disney now, which I thought was awesome. Disneyland's team was so transparent in how they were communicating with us, which I really appreciated. And 3 of the main highlights that I really took away are his leadership styles: delivering a quality product, making a simple guest experience, and building trust with the guest. He was kind of like, well, if we lose trust with our guests, well, they're either not going to come back or it's going to take a while to get them back. So all these things, and I guess 3 of the main initiatives that I also took away are: Disneyland is working with their cast members to kind of go back to square one, retrain them from the beginning, because when the pandemic hit and Disneyland opened, it was all through Zoom. So it wasn't really delivering. Disneyland's getting a lot of feedback with cast member behavior. They're working on that, so maybe we'll see that come to Walt Disney World. Also, a big one is ride reliability. You think about when you go to the parks, if a ride's down, well, your day's not going to be so magical. One of the big points of feedback Disneyland is getting is how many rides a guest can go on throughout the day. So maybe we see a ride initiative come to Walt Disney World, and also obsessing over guest feedback. At Disneyland right now, they're reading every single letter they're getting sent in by hand. So I took away a lot of optimism from this 2.5-hour long presentation with the entire Disneyland team, and the fact that this is also top of mind for me, just knowing that he's overseeing everything. That's the same man now doing things on a bigger scale, directly reporting to Josh D'Amaro.
And I think it's interesting, even just acknowledging the cost aspect of it, because that is something that we hear a lot about, just how the cost has risen, and obviously when you're talking about an economy that costs have risen for a lot of things, and so even just kind of hearing that acknowledgement, I think is noteworthy itself.
I agree. Yeah, and I guess that kind of goes into what we just kind of talked about is, if you are going to make those tough decisions to raise prices, Disney usually does that every fiscal quarter. Every October, they raise the prices, which, it sucks. There's no sugarcoating it. None of us like that. When I'm talking about the parks, I don't like to talk about that, because we don't want it to be more expensive to go to the parks. That's the reality, So hearing him say, it's going to be more expensive, the world's more expensive, we understand that. Well, what can we do to make your day better? We can make our rides more reliable. We can make your cast member interactions better, to where they know a menu and they can make a suggestion or step in and help a toddler having a tantrum so the parents aren't, in a mess in the middle of the park. There's so much going on, and I really think that because Walt Disney World's going through this kind of transformed future, that him stepping in and saying, okay, what do we have here? What can we do? How can we make sure that by the time these things open in 2027, 2028, 2029, that the guest experience is optimized to where it can be? That's what I want. So only time will tell, but again, optimism. I think that the leadership team does understand what they need to do, and I just hope that that continues to stay that way going forward.
And it is, an interesting timing for these changes, like you said, with us being just a couple of years away from the openings of some of these new exciting things that are happening here in Florida. And so, I think that what should Parks fans here in Florida kind of take away from that, with obviously the current Disney Experiences chairman, now the CEO of the company, and someone who has been doing this on a smaller scale, now taking it over for kind of the bigger scale. What do you think that means with all of these exciting new things on the horizon already?
Yeah, I think that my favorite part of Josh D'Amaro being promoted to CEO is because he is a parks person. Josh has spent a lot of time in the parks hearing from guests, and he's even said before that even if you're sharing feedback with me in person that isn't positive, I want to hear that, because again, we need that balance. Yes, you can acknowledge the things that are good, but you also have to understand what people don't like and what needs to be changed. So Josh taking over the company as someone who's built his entire career throughout Disney Parks and Disney Cruise Line and Disney Consumer Products is awesome. And then, Thomas Maslam, like, he started his career with Disney Cruise Line in 1988. Disney Cruise Line, I just went on my first Disney cruise on the Disney Magic. The level of guest service on Disney Cruise Line is incredible. The best hospitality I've ever seen from a Disney experience, and that's on Disney Cruise Line. Thomas has that hospitality experience. He oversaw Disney Signature Experience, which is Cruise Line, Disney Vacation Club, all of that. So he also was at Walt Disney World even earlier in his career. So Thomas Maslam, again, I know I'm talking a lot about Thomas Maslam, but the chairman, that is a very important thing. That is a lead role, the main person reporting to Josh D'Amaro, and knowing he has that experience with Cruise Line, the parks, consumer products, Walt Disney World, Disneyland. He has that resume to bring it all together at the top, and I think that that's what people should take away. It's someone with a lot of experience.
Okay, and we don't want to forget the cruise lines in this, because we know that is a growing aspect of this as well, and something that we also watch closely here in Florida because of our cruise ports. I mean, that's a big important part of this for Disney as well. Yeah,
absolutely. We've got 4 new ships in development right now concurrently, debuting from 2027 to 2031. So yeah, like you said, with Port Canaveral, that's a big part. We just saw the Disney Destiny, just debut, and the Disney Adventure over in Singapore, 2 brand new ships within a few months of each other. And Disney just said, I think yesterday, that they have 80% of their cruises booked through fiscal year 2026 already. So there's a ton of demand for Disney Cruise Line, and we're just going to continue to see that evolve and expand. And I really think that just goes back to what Disney is doing. They see the opportunity to grow everywhere. Something that, this is a story I've never shared on here, but whenever Bob Iger first returned to Disney in 2022, Josh D'Amaro took Bob Iger a 250-page binder about Disney experiences. Then that's where it led to the $60 billion investment. So Josh D'Amaro's initiative is what is leading him to becoming CEO now, because he said, hey Bob, here's 250 pages of what we need to do. And then Bob Iger said, okay, cool, let's expand here, let's get this return on investment, let's do this, this, and this. And here we are, it's all happening now. So they're taking that action on what they said they want to do. And I know that, again, there's always that back and forth of what Disney needs to do and what they're doing, but at the end of the day, they're making the money that they need to make.
So let's put Drew in the Disney Experiences chairman chair and the Disney CEO chair right now. And if you were in those roles right now, looking at specifically here in Central Florida and Disney World, what do you think are the top things that need to be addressed and that we might see addressed with this kind of change in leadership and this change, coming obviously very soon, just less than a week away until this goes into effect?
Yeah, I think for me, number one is always cast members. And I know it might sound so cliche. It's like, oh yeah, sure, the cast, but like literally, these are the frontline cast. Like, your cast members have to be not only wanting to come to work, but taken care of. Like, again, we talked about the economy and where the world is right now. Like, you have to support your cast that's on the front lines dealing with these guests every day. So I really hope that this cast member initiative continues. Maybe even some pay increases would be nice here and there as well, with how much money they're making. These cast members truly go out of their way to make your day. And I'd also say that because they've made some of those harder decisions to remove some of these things like Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America and Muppet Vision, what I would focus on is, yes, you have the long-term things that for the general, again, Walt Disney World is a worldwide destination, so you have to cater to that audience. That's why we're getting Cars and Villains in replacement of that, right? But I think that there's a lot of room for opportunity for those short-term activations throughout the parks. The word activation is so PR-like, but you kind of are activating these spaces. Do some short-term things that can get your locals out that will enjoy those. You know, like Disneyland has done a lot of these short-term things in the moment to get their locals out to the parks. I think that doing maybe smaller things for the locals at Walt Disney World would be awesome too. And again, just me personally speaking, I'm a big fan of what they're doing with Epic Games. I think there's a lot of opportunity and potential to connect Disney parks to Fortnite, connect Fortnite to Disney parks to, again, introduce Disney to millions of players around the world, to then, when they'll want to come to the parks, use Fortnite as a marketing tool to get people to visit. There's a ton of potential there as well.
Well, that's a great point, because we know how popular Fortnite is with so many.
Yep.
That could be a completely untapped market to bring more tourists here to our area.
Yeah, I think that something that I've been thinking about recently is, let's say, for example, in 2027, when Tropical Americas opens at Animal Kingdom, you have Encanto, Indiana Jones, and this awesome land. Well, what's to say you can't digitally build that world inside of Unreal Engine, this digital platform, and put it inside of Fortnite to let people digitally experience this new land of Walt Disney World and say, oh, hey, you like that? Well, come out to Walt Disney World. You can experience it in person. Why not put Disney Parks attractions, maybe even retired attractions, like Horizons at Epcot or Journey into Figment, the original Figment, put that in Fortnite. I think that even Muppet Vision, put Muppet Vision in Fortnite. If you can introduce these characters to kids to where they want to come to the parks, well, that's going to say to Disney, yeah, let's put these things back in the parks. Why not?
Sounds like you could put together your own 250-page binder.
I could.
To hand over.
Yeah, maybe I'll be like, hello, Josh. I know you're the CEO now, but I actually have talked to Josh about the Fortnite thing before. And I was kind of like, yeah, this is big. And he's like, you'll see when we reveal it. So they're keeping things close to their chest right now, but I think at D23 this August, we got 14 new rides announced. We were here, Theron and I were here a couple years ago talking about D23 in 2024. Yeah. I think this year's going to blow it away, because how do you tell your shareholders and your fans that you're serious about being a new leader? You do better than what you just did.
Making
right?
a splash, yeah.
Literally, quite literally. So yeah, these leaders, they want to be taken seriously as leaders, and they also want to make that money back, right? So what do? Go all out. Bring Fortnite into everything, do more at the parks, make your cast, take care of them, increase the guest experience, make your rides more reliable, all this stuff. Again, I can talk about this for hours, but I guess go to my Substack, drewthedisneydude.substack.com. Every single major social media platform, and something I'm actually launching right now is like a trip planning. Like, I will help you, guide you through your trip, and that's drewthedisneydude.com as well. So I'm everywhere, but that just goes to show how much is happening. So I'll help you guys out with that free content everywhere, and also, again, the paid personal guidance.
Awesome, good stuff. Drew the Disney Dude. We appreciate you, joining us in person today.
A big segment.
Yeah, special treat here. We broke down a lot there, and we appreciate you joining us. Always appreciate your perspective on this.
Yeah, and thank you guys for giving me these opportunities. I always love talking about it, and with so much happening right now, this was a great time to be here in person.
There certainly is a lot to talk about. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you to Okaloosa County, where CFO Blaise Ngolia is speaking, announcing some funding for firefighters, and also talked about a couple of other things as well. This is a news conference still going on live right now. We did back things up to the beginning so you could hear the beginning of the CFO's remarks here. Let's go ahead and listen in as he begins speaking.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Sheriff Aiden, for having us here today. I am Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ngolia, and it is an honor to be here with you today. I'm also happy to be joined by Sheriff Simmons in Escambia County, Sheriff Johnson, Santa Rosa County, and A.J. Smith, Sheriff Smith from Franklin County. First, before we start getting into the presentation talking about immigration, something I want to talk about that's going on in Congress, but also sort of talking about what's going on in Tallahassee also. The state of Florida is on the verge of passing its own version of the SAVE Act, which is going to look for voter ID and also to verify that the people that are voting in our elections are indeed actual U.S. citizens. Florida should have this bill passed. My guess is either today or tomorrow, and it will find its way off to the governor to be signed into law. Now, at the same time, when Florida is doing this, we are finding that Congress is having a very tough time trying to pass their version of the SAVE Act. And I will just tell you my opinion that this is a very much needed piece of legislation that Congress should be passing. It is a common sense piece of legislation and should be simple stuff. If you want to vote in our elections, you should have voter ID. If you want to vote in our elections, we should verify that you belong here in the country, and we should verify your citizenship. I think most people agree with that. But what's amazing to me is that they are still having a tough time reconciling this and getting across the finish line on a very simple piece of legislation. And it just befuddles me that why Congress always has problems passing the same laws that Florida passes so effortlessly. You know, if Florida worked as slowly as Congress, we would still be debating what our state flag looks like. Congress is becoming a place where good ideas go to die. There is zero reason why the Senate should not take this up and pass it into law. This immigration was a big issue in the last campaign. It is one of the big issues why we returned President Trump to the White House. Everyone wants this. There is no reason why they should not pass this. I do not understand on an issue where 81% of all the voters are in favor of ID. Why aren't we passing? What are they waiting for? 91%? It doesn't make any sense. Very few times you have a piece of legislation that everyone agrees with, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, but yet we still find ourselves in this position where we can't pass this simple piece of legislation. So to my fellow friends in Congress, particularly in the U.S. Senate, I think this is a very simple question. It's time to choose a side. Are you going to be on the side of the American people and common sense, or are you going to be on the side of foreign influence and blissful ignorance? Every so-called elected official who is supposedly looking out for American interests, you are now on notice. People are watching. So what I say is stop with the excuses, get it done, and pass the SAVE Act so we can secure our elections. Wanted to get that off my chest because it is very frustrating seeing the U.S. Senate in particular keep on killing good pieces of legislation that the state of Florida is doing here and will pass into law relatively soon. So to that point, let's get to talk about illegal immigration. It is something that has been plaguing this country for the better part of 40 years. Before President Trump made it a central platform in his campaign in 2016, and then again for re-election. We must also recognize that both Democrats and Republicans wanted no part in fixing this broken system. And over the years, neglect and dereliction turned into welcoming and subsidizing. We have seen government at all levels create magnets incentivizing more and more illegal immigration. And this all came to a head with the Biden administration's de facto open border policies, coupled with ridiculous taxpayer-funded government programs that not only incentivized illegal immigrants to evade border control, but made them comfortable in actually doing so. In many states, illegal immigrants can receive free health care, free education, free legal advice, food stamps, driver's license, auto insurance, and law degrees. Why would someone realistically want to wait 10 years and spend $50,000 or more to come here legally when they can give $10,000 or $20,000 to the drug cartels and get all of the benefits of a legal citizen? And we must also remember that the more illegal immigrants come over our southern border, the people who are benefiting from them most aren't necessarily the corporations that are hiring the illegal immigrants, although they benefit. It is the drug cartels. Because our best guess now is that the drug cartels are making more money off of human smuggling and sex trafficking than they are drug trafficking. There's a problem, it is a plague, it needs to stop, and you do that by securing our border and getting rid of the incentives that draw them over to the United States in the first place. And that's why we have passed in previous legislative sessions, previous years, landmark pieces of legislation, and some of it I was honored to be carried and authored and passed into law. We enhanced criminal penalties for human smuggling and added human smuggling to the list of crimes for prosecution under Florida's RICO Act. We made it a state crime to enter the state of Florida illegally. We stopped the issuance of driver's license and other IDs. We implemented mandatory DNA testing for illegals who commit crimes. We mandated hospitals start tracking how much money was spent on delivering health care to illegal immigrants. We stopped in-state tuition in higher education for illegal immigrants. We mandated businesses finally start to use E-Verify. Now that is at a 25-person threshold. I am telling you, I am advocating for, and the state of Florida needs to pass it where it is zero. Every single person who works in the state of Florida should be verified through the E-Verify system. No more loopholes. We need to get rid of the loopholes and go to zero. And large corporate interests are going to push back, and they're going to say, well, no, that's not feasible. Of course it's feasible. You know how we know that? The state of Georgia has everyone in their state running through the E-Verify system. We're also assisting federal law enforcement with their 287G program, which is why our law enforcement partners are here today. And we have also banned sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities, those places where they are coddling and protecting criminal illegal aliens from prosecution. Again, another magnet. If there are sanctuary cities out there, and you are a criminal alien and you are fear of being deported, where are you going to go? Those sanctuary jurisdictions. And we have seen in those sanctuary jurisdictions that crime has become rampant and started taking over the streets, most notably in Portland and Seattle. You've seen that run through, and Minneapolis, real time on the news. So we need to stop with the sanctuary policies, and we need to continue some common sense legislation and make sure that we fix the legal system, but then stop people from coming over our border illegally. We also need to stop pro-amnesty judges making ridiculous rulings, putting illegal immigrants back on the street committing more crimes. There was somebody in the legislature, somebody who is a dear friend of mine, a state representative, Cayenne Michael. She had her child killed by a twice-deported criminal illegal alien. Her child would be alive today if it wasn't for the ridiculous pro-amnesty, pro-open border crowd that effectuated and incentivized an illegal immigrant to stay in the communities. He would be alive today. So when I hear some on the left start pushing for some of these policies, they forget that there's a cost to it. There's a human cost. There are lives. The lives of people that have been human smuggled and sex trafficked by the cartels in our country. There's also an actual cost in terms of money. I mean, people forget about the actual cost to deport the criminal illegal aliens. They forget about the cost of these guys going through training and hiring people and the cost of jailing these illegal immigrants and deporting them. What did you think this was all going to be free? If you have mass immigration, the only way to fix it is to have mass deportations. Is the only way to fix it. And that's one of the reasons why we are here today, because our law enforcement partners who are partnering on our 287G program have put in the time, effort, and the money to make sure that they are keeping our community safe. And it is only right to make sure that we have the resources through the federal government to us, and then from us to our local law enforcement partners to give them what they need in order to keep our streets safe. Another thing I want to bring up, and I know we're starting to talk about this now, especially what's going on with the bombing in Iran, is that when you had an open border for the last 4 years, the 4 years under the Biden administration, it is a fear of many that sleeper cells are coming over. And if we, God forbid, if we wind up having a problem here on U.S. soil because of a sleeper cell that was tied back to an open southern border, who is going to be responsible for that? I will tell you, it's going to be the leftist open border crowd, because they allowed that stuff to happen. And that's why these guys need to be even more vigilant than they already are, and give them the resources that they need in order to keep our people safe. I'm sure you saw that there was an IED thrown at the crowd in front of the protest at Mondani. That was, from what we understand, that person was an actual U.S. citizen naturalized like 10 or 15 years ago. Do you really think that Iran and other nefarious actors were not sending people over the border, the southern border, during the Biden years to put in this country to one day awaken and attack us, our infrastructure, and our citizens? We would have to be stupid to think so. And I would hate to think that something would happen because of a stupid, ridiculous policy that the left pushes. The first job of the government is to protect its citizens. And when you have an open southern border that allows this stuff to happen, you are not. That is not America first, that is America last. And that stuff needs to be thought of. We need to start talking about that more. And I have no doubt that the Biden open border crisis will be looked at throughout history, looking back, is one of the darkest days in the United States, and one of the costliest the United States has ever made. So with that, it's why we are here today, to make sure that our law enforcement partners have the money that they need, and we are awarding grants today through the 287G program. The governor signed $250 million into this program last year to be awarded through the State Board of Immigration Enforcement, and I am proud to give out these checks to these sheriffs standing in front of me for all the hard work that they've been doing, keep our communities safe, and helping to deport criminal illegal aliens because of that open southern border. Through these reimbursements, the state of Florida is ensuring that every single law enforcement agency that has signed up for this has the resources they need to enforce the nation's laws and to protect its citizens. So today I am proud to be presenting these reimbursements. Let's start giving the money away. So when I call your name, please come up for a photo. We will take a photo off to the side.
CFO Blaise Ngolia talking about the importance of these immigration enforcement efforts across the state of Florida. We are going to take a quick break while he hands out those checks to the law enforcement agencies. But we'll be right back with more in just a couple of minutes. We are tracking breaking news out of Norfolk, Virginia. This is a look at the campus of Old Dominion University there in Norfolk, where an active threat has been reported. The university sending out an alert to students and faculty telling them to follow run, hide, fight protocols. In this live picture that we have been monitoring for the past couple of minutes, we have seen as police officers have appeared to pat down people who have been escorted out of that building or have come out of that building. You see police officers, some of them with assault rifles and tactical gear on that scene. We are continuing to follow this, trying to learn some more information, obviously developing story that we're keeping an eye on. We know Norfolk police are on the scene for what they're calling an active incident. Not a whole lot of other details at this time, but again, this is a live look. You see a police canine there as well. So this happening, I don't have it, let me see if I can find the exact time of that alert that was sent out, 10:49. We are now getting some new details here from Old Dominion University that I am just finding here. We have learned that shortly before 10:49 this morning, a gunman in Constant Hall at ODU opened fire. 2 people were injured. Old Dominion University Police, Norfolk Police, emergency personnel responded immediately. Officials with the university say the gunman is now dead. The injured victims were taken to a local hospital. We know ODU in Norfolk, Virginia, they've canceled classes and operations on the main campus for the rest of the day. We're expecting another update around 12:15. Unsure if that's going to be a news conference or if that's going to be a statement like we have right now, but that is the latest update. 2 people injured and the gunman dead after a shooting at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. So we are continuing to monitor that situation, and we will bring you more updates as we get them. Right now, I do want to get you back to that news conference in Okaloosa County where CFO Blaise Ngolia talking about immigration enforcement here in the state of Florida.
Sheriff Eric Aiden from Okaloosa County right here. Thank you, sir.
So I'm going to echo some of Chief Ngolia's comments, but we all know the president ran on economy and ran on securing our southern border. And what that did for us is it's not just the immigration, the illegal immigration coming across the border, the cells, but the drugs. For us as law enforcement, we all know about the fentanyl pandemic that's been plaguing our country for years, and it was coming across, methamphetamines was coming across in pounds versus ounces. No more did we find these meth labs like we used to, because it was just coming across in droves, and also all being cross-contaminated. Things down the line, down to marijuana being cross-contaminated. We literally had to deal with trying to bring people back to life at the ER that had overdosed, and we had to use Narcan on marijuana, and we had never seen that before. Meth was a typical drug that we didn't see people pass from, and we were seeing continual overdoses from that. Securing the southern border and stopping that flow it shows that closing that southern border, was absolutely instrumental in helping stop the flow of those illegal drugs coming across from China and from Mexico. And it's no surprise how important illegal immigration is, not just to our country, but to this state. And kudos to our governor for taking a strong stance on that. But it wasn't a surprise to me that he had the press conference here at our local college at Northwest Florida State College, because it is hugely important to our citizens, and they typically don't come through Florida but by way of Northwest Florida corridor. They first start at Sheriff Simmons County and Escambia and come through. I mean, most of them coming from the southern border are coming into different areas of Florida. So, when the governor proposed his bill, him and our president with the immigration reform, we had to work as law enforcement together with legislators and we had to work on the minutia of the jurisdictional challenges we had. They mentioned the 287G program. All these different checks are from different litany, layers of different opportunities for sheriffs to be reimbursed, depending on what your needs are. If you're a local sheriff and you have your jail and you're being active in these immigration operations throughout the state or within your county, and you may need a transportation van, those funds are available. Thankfully, from our governor and our CFO, it's a testament today for those. For us in Okaloosa County, you know, our check is mainly from the 287G, the overtime that these deputies had to have for us to actually physically have legal authority to detain and take them to jail if ICE said, yes, we want to detain them and deport them. The only way that we could feasibly do that is to be certified through this 287G program. And that's the funds that Okaloosa has. Every sheriff has gotten different funds from different sort of things, but most everybody that's receiving a check today is going to have funds from the 287G program. And the staff that we have, over 50 of our deputies now. What's the total number, KK? 47, excuse me, 47 staff members that are 287G certified, because a regular deputy that doesn't have those credentials doesn't have the authority to detain and take someone to jail like that. So we had to get through those hurdles pretty quickly so that we could try and support the governor and the president's immigration reform. So that's really all I have to say about it. We're honored to receive these funds and for us to be reimbursed. And if some other funds or if other opportunities come for us here at Okaloosa County, we're certainly going to apply for those and get those as well. Thank you.
Next up, Sheriff Simmons, Escambia County.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, we're not going to keep talking about the same thing because but we do share some of the same issues that we have, and certainly some of the appreciation. I want to say thank you to Governor DeSantis, to our CFO Blaze. Thank you so much for making these funds available. We understand that they're tax dollars, but we understand that you can make no better use of tax dollars than boots on the street, than law enforcement, than public safety. And that's where the funds that we're gonna be using. Eric talked a little bit, borrowing a little bit about what Eric was talking about. Opioids and fentanyl used to come through the border just without stop. Escambia County was #1 in opioid overdoses for a couple years in a row. We've kind of leveled that off right now, but we understood and we understand the concern that we have, that our community have. It was devastating our community. Not now, because we shut down the border. Now we're going to continue to work. We're going to continue to work collaboratively. And it's important that those at the top, from our CFO, from our lieutenant governor to our governor, understands that the rubber meets the road in local law enforcement, and that we can have a collaborative effort. And not just that, but we will also, the statewide, they would provide funding so that not only do they want us to do it and to help us, they're providing funding for it. And we're going to use it for equipment. We're going to use it to make sure that Escambia County is the safest that it possibly can. And also, we're going to be able to work with our partners, whether it's state partners, federal partners, or my partners over here to my right. So I want to say thank you again. And what you said earlier was sometimes you have to make a decision. We decide public safety is very important. We decide we're going to use this money for public safety. And I appreciate it very much. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Next up, Sheriff Smith, Franklin County. Sure.
Good. Hey, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chief Ngolia, for having me here, and Sheriff Aiden, thank you. Sheriff Aiden pretty much covered all of it, but I'll just say this. It kind of goes back to the drug epidemic. When I was elected sheriff almost 10 years ago, we had a terrible drug epidemic. So many drugs coming into our community, but it's good to see that there's proactive efforts from the state and the federal level to slow it down. We've seen a decrease in our community, and we're going to continue to see it decrease even more. And just having a great partnership with immigration helps as well, but I think everybody working together and having these funds to do what we need to do as a fiscally constrained county. We're in a lot of different, kind of a different shape than some of these guys. So we need every dollar we can get to keep deputies working and to keep our jail running efficiently and to take care of this immigration problem. So thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Couple last comments from me before we I take any questions that you should have. Oh, I'm sorry, Sheriff Johnson. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Can we put an extra 0 on his because I just screwed up?
No, that's okay.
I'm sorry, bro.
I blend in it. Hairstyle thing going on. So, yeah. So
I just want to thank everybody for coming first and foremost. But all the good stuff's been said, but I will say this. God bless Florida. We live in a free state. I think one of about two in this country right now, us in Texas, when it comes to it. God bless Governor DeSantis, our chief right here. They help us immeasurably across the board, not just with illegal immigration. Anytime we have problems with any state kind of function or whatever, they're there for us. And it's 67 sheriffs in this state, and I'm so proud to be one of them because, like I said, God bless Florida, God bless America, and God bless our president. So, thank you.
You know what?
State CFO Blazin Golia speaking to reporters alongside some sheriffs as well. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Yeah, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you another live look at the campus of Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. This is a live look courtesy Wavy TV in the Hampton Roads area. And we have learned that 2 people were hurt, that the gunman is dead after a shooting at Old Dominion. It happened, according to university officials, in Constant Hall. That is a building on the main campus there. We are told that shots were fired shortly before 11 o'clock, 10:49. 10:49. Police from Old Dominion University, Norfolk Police, emergency personnel, they responded immediately. We're told the gunman is dead. Those 2 victims were taken to a local hospital. We know that Old Dominion University campus has been the main campus, and the operations there. I'm going to dump out of that picture while the photographer kind of moves around a little bit. The classes are canceled there. Operations on the main campus are canceled as well for the rest of the day, and they're telling folks in that area to avoid the area around Constant Hall because obviously still very much an active scene as the investigation continues. We've seen crime scene tape. We saw earlier, just a little bit ago, when this was still developing, and still is, but when this, shortly after we first got news of this and got those live feeds up, we were seeing folks coming out of buildings who were being patted down by officers, being checked for any other weapons. So still a lot going on in that area. We are still monitoring that situation, and we'll bring you updates as we get them. Again, Old Dominion said they would provide another update at 12:15. Like I said the first time, I'm not sure if that's going to be a news conference. If it is, we'll listen into it. If it's a statement, I will bring you those updates as we get them. But I do want to let you know we are continuing to monitor that situation out of Norfolk, Virginia. But right now, I want to get you back to Okaloosa County, where CFO Blaise Ngolia continued to speak a little bit more about the importance of immigration enforcement, and also ended up taking some questions from reporters. This was just moments ago.
And what they are doing boots on the ground. None of this would be happening if it wasn't for that. And that is important. Now, the state of Florida, from state government, we have the commitment to do that. We have the commitment from local government in order to do this also, to rid our communities for criminal illegal aliens. But it's the 287G portion, which is a federal program that was always been there but never utilized. It has only been utilized and supercharged under the Trump administration, and that is why we're able to do what we are doing with deporting criminal illegal aliens. I want to say this also. These guys up here have never stopped detaining criminal illegal aliens. The difference between this administration and last administration is that during the Biden administration, when they would call and say, hey, we have a criminal alien that is now accused of grand theft or something even more heinous, they would call up there and they would get a dial tone. There would literally be no one on the other end picking up the phone. But now they call up there, and now they're getting an answer from DHS. They're getting an answer at ICE. They are calling me. They are calling the governor. Anything that they need, we are actually there. So, and the reason why I bring that up is because it's really scary to think that if we do not keep that program in place through the next administration and the administration back, the country could regress to where it was, where you have an open border. You have nefarious actors, drug cartels taking advantage of that open, porous southern border. Again, human trafficking, drug smuggling, human smuggling, and then making billions off of this, and no way to expel them from the country. If we do not make a good decision during the next presidential election, we can regress, we can backslide and go back to the same old, same old. And then we're going to continue in the future hearing stories about our friends, family, and community members dying of fentanyl drug overdoses. Our friends, our families, our neighbors being murdered or raped by an illegal criminal alien who is in our communities that should have never been here in the first place. We need to make good decisions when it comes to this. And this is why the next presidential election is going to be just as important as this current presidential election that we just had, because we should not backslide. The protecting our communities is too great, and it is way too important to overlook. So with that, more than happy to answer any questions from the press if you should have any questions. Yes, sir.
Channel 3 in Pensacola. I noticed each of the sheriffs got different amounts. Is that because there's a difference in terms of the immigration enforcement each county is seeing? Is that based off that?
Yeah, so there's a grant. When we open it up, we ask them to apply for grants. Some of them is for overtime work. Some of it is for training. Some of it is for buying equipment to help identify. And then some also have jail models, where they're actually housing the immigrants in their jail. So it's different amounts depending upon the level and the need that they need in order to do what they do. And that changes over time. I mean, you can start having training in the beginning and then at the same time start getting the jail enforcement model up and then wind up getting more money after that. Do you guys want to add anything to that, Sheriff?
Yeah. Great point. There's 9, I think, sheriffs that don't oversee the jail in the state out of 67. We are one of those. The Board of County Commission oversees the operations of the jail, and they have applied. So that check is forthcoming for the bed money for housing them each night. I don't know what the dollar amount is. Craig, do you know per night? $100 a day. And let me give you a statistic that's pretty interesting. So under the Biden administration, we would arrest a certain number of illegals still, just from different crimes. And ICE, exactly to reiterate what he's saying, ICE picked up less than 10%. less than 10% ICE would come pick them up. And they were going to be, of course, the most egregious ones, I'm sure. However, since Donald Trump and since Governor DeSantis put this in place, my counterpart at the jail, when I reached out to her, I said, how many are they not picking up? She said they're picking up every single one of them. So if they commit a crime, they're being deported within 48 hours. So, yeah, so, with us, with Okaloosa County, you'll see that our county commission should be reimbursed substantially from the number of nights that those individuals stay, even if it's only 2 nights, you know, times hundreds of inmates. And then other sheriffs, as mentioned, you know, they have equipment. It could be transport vans. It could be radio systems. There's a litany of different things that they can apply for.
Sheriff, I want to thank you for bringing that up. That's an amazing statistic. And just think about that. That's 1 out of 10 that they were picking up. But let's flip that around. That means 9 out of every 10 illegal immigrants in our community under the Biden administration who committed crimes were allowed to go back into the country. How is that keeping our citizens in Florida safe? Honestly, sheriffs, I do not know how you guys didn't lose it with that, because I would be so frustrated. I'm glad I'm not a sheriff. I would lose it if I found out that the federal government who created this problem not only was not solving the problem, but creating a bigger problem, because when we catch the illegal immigrants who are committing crimes, that we actually have to let them back into the community and let them go. And that's how, and that's why we hear these stories where we have some of our friends, families, and neighbors get a crime committed against them. In some of the areas, you know, Lake and Riley is murdered because somebody was let back into the community. That should have never happened. These are senseless crimes that never should have happened in the first place, and it's about time we are getting serious about it, and I hope we continue being serious about it. Any other questions?
On average, how long do they sit in jail now? That might be a question.
They have to be picked up for 40. If they're not picked up 48 hours, then if they're not picked up 48 hours, they have to be released because of the type of warrant it is.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. That was how long do they have to be in the jail?
Well, no, on average now.
Or you're talking about to await deportation?
Yeah, you mentioned that they're picking them up a lot faster now. So on average now, how long are they being put in the jail?
Yeah, so as the sheriff said, 48 hours in the jail, unless it's a jail enforcement, and then they get moved to another location to await deportation. The deportation statistics, how long they're waiting at deportation, like Alligator or Alcatraz, our team can get you some numbers on how long they're waiting there for awaiting deportation. If you could just check with our guys, they're in the back. Yeah, they are.
Unless there's local charges. Yeah. If there's local charges, they go through the local charges first, and then they're
right.
Returned over to ICE.
They don't get released if there's a local charge. If they're going to get charged and they're going to spend time in a state prison, they spend the time and then they get deported.
And then one last question, kind of off topic, the $88 million in unrecovered funds that you announced today.
Yep.
Can you talk on the efforts that went into getting those funds, and I guess what should Floridians know if they have any unclaimed funds? Yeah.
So part of my duties as a CFO is so if you have money out there that maybe you left with a bank or a deposit on something and you don't get that and you totally forget about it, it winds up getting escheated to the state. So the state becomes the receiver of all of those funds, and what we do then is we hold it and we try to contact the owner. So let's say, 5 or 6 years ago you had a utility deposit for $150 that you totally forgot, and you moved on to your next house. That money eventually winds up in our hands, and our job is to make sure that we get it back to the people. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be dollars and cash. It could be things. It could be stuff left behind in safety deposit boxes. But we just returned $88 million to people on through last month also, and we keep on hitting records. So as the state keeps on getting bigger, more and more money is being left behind, and then we're returning that. And they can go to FloridaTreasureHunt.gov to find out what if they have anything. You'd be surprised at how much money is being left there, and you'd be surprised if you look, it might be your money. The easiest way to find out if you have money sitting at the state is you will wind up getting bombarded with postcards and letters saying that, hey, we think you have money at the state. So that's the easiest way to do that. But you can just contact us directly, and we can get that money for you. Any other questions? All right, appreciate you. It's a great day to be in the state of Florida. May God bless you, and may God bless this great state. Thank you guys for coming.
CFO Blazin Golia speaking earlier today. We are also continuing to monitor the situation in Norfolk, Virginia. 2 hurt, a gunman dead after a shooting at the ODU campus. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, the Fox 35 Facebook page as well. We appreciate you joining us today. We continue to track the fallout from the ongoing war in the Middle East as the United States continues to the United States and Israel continue to strike Iran. Iran firing back, as is Hezbollah within Lebanon. And we are now seeing some non-military actions as well that could be linked to some of this conflict. We're talking about a global network outage for a medical device company called Stryker. There is a cyber attack that took down their networks, and the group that has claimed responsibility for this, according to multiple reports, is linked to a pro-Iranian group. So joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Matt Rose, who's the CXO of TechRage IT, joining us live now via Zoom. And Matt, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Garrett.
So what's the first thing that people need to know about this? Obviously concerning to hear about this taking down a company that creates and runs medical devices. What's the takeaway here? What do we know about where things stand?
So from what Stryker is saying, they make medical devices, as you said. It appears from what they're saying, it's only been their corporate network and not the medical devices that are around the country and around the world in hospitals. So that's a really good thing. A lot of times in kind of cyber warfare, even war, you don't attack hospitals and things like that. So the positive is it seems to be the corporate network. At this point, we don't believe it's gone through those devices. So I think that's the biggest takeaway here. It was kind of an odd attack that it seems so far. It wasn't a ransomware. It seemed like they mostly wanted to destroy data, and that seems to be what they did thus far.
Why would someone want to do that? For what sort of data might they be looking for?
So I think that's the thing. I think I don't think they necessarily were looking for data. I mean, there are reports that they may have exfiltrated up to 50 terabytes of data. So they may have, and that's the other thing. If they're going to get that much data, that typically means they've probably been inside the network for some time, because 50 terabytes is not a small amount of data. So if they did really exfiltrate that, it's possible that they have some sort of data, company secrets, things like that. We wouldn't really know yet. But beyond that, I mean, the destroying of data is a fairly common thing we're seeing now. And it really is just to cause them, harm, and really to cause difficulties. There's reports that employees' laptops and phones were just getting wiped, which can completely happen considering what kind of access they were able to gain.
That's interesting, because I think, when we think about hacks, a lot of times we think of like ransomware, or something where you kind of are holding that information for ransom. But in this case, it certainly seems like different motives, just like you said, trying to cause chaos.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what kind of happened here. I mean, not to compare this to what's happening, on the ground in different countries, but I think it's in the same sense that, obviously when things are happening to Israel and Iran, we're just destroying things and making it difficult to, respond. In that sense, it's almost like what they did here. But it is, if you think about it, yeah, you would hope that this company has backups and is able to recover, but that recovery time frame, if they have hundreds or thousands of laptops and devices that are wiped, that's significant, right? You're going to have people, employees, and possibly other things down for many days, if not weeks.
It is an interesting choice of target as well. I know you said they have just at this point kind of gotten into the corporate systems, not hacking, devices themselves or anything. Do you think this could be a message that, hey, we can access your systems, we know how to do that? Or is this just the case, do you think, of whoever is behind this maybe seeing where those vulnerabilities are and how they could exploit whoever it might be?
Yeah, I think it's a little of both. I mean, I think that there's some level of, even when this whole, whatever we're calling it right now with Iran is started, I think when it started, there was already, an elevated risk of cyber attacks, which is it's the new age we live in, right? In the past, we didn't worry that cyber attacks were part of this. So I think part of it is that this group that is claiming responsibility is just looking for whatever large target it can, and it probably found a vulnerability. Hopefully we'll certainly find out more information. It also could be a targeted attack. There may be something that they're hoping to find a way to get into those medical devices by getting in the corporate network, because even if these medical devices are obviously not connected to corporate because they're put in hospitals and such, it could be pretty dangerous if, as part of the data they got, if they were able to get something that gets them in or has a backdoor into those devices.
So what is the takeaway for folks here in Florida, and are there steps that you can take that are preparations or anything different when you're trying to protect yourself against groups that are potentially tied to nations that oppose us, as opposed to trying to protect yourself against Joe Schmo scammer?
I don't think there's necessarily anything different than what we've talked about a number of times here of protecting yourself. But I was actually talking to somebody this morning, and this topic came up, and I kind of thought of it's kind of like when I guess it was the 2003 2005 timeframe when you would talk about the terror levels going from yellow to orange to red and whatnot. I think it's just understanding that you may think that, okay, well, it's dangerous if you're over in these countries. It's dangerous if you are at an embassy or something of that nature. But with cyber attacks, it's a lot more widespread than that. Now, like anything, they're probably not necessarily looking for anybody. But if you have a tie to something that a nation state like this might want to get to, I think you should be on red alert. I think everybody should realize, yes, physically, we're probably not going to, you'd hope we're not all at danger. But in a cyber attack, no one's really spared, and anybody could be hit by an attack.
You bring up a good point. I mean, forget boots on the ground. The digital front in this day and age is a whole nother theater when it comes to wars and conflicts between nations and countries.
It really is, and I mean, I've used that as an as a talking point before, and of course I always want to say there's huge respect for anyone who serves in the military, and that's a huge danger, and of course much more different results can happen from there. But yeah, the cyber attacks are the same thing we talk about. Just with all the great technology we have that we can do, it also allows that in a situation like what's going on, you as a small company, you as a person could be affected when 20 years ago that was never going to happen.
Yeah, really interesting things to think about. What's the bottom line here, Matt?
Stay vigilant, especially if you are running a company that you think has any kind of tie-in here. Talk to the security department, IT security specifically, and make a phone call. Make sure to be checking the logs, whoever that professional you're using is doing, and just also be very aware and very vigilant to responding as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, as this is shown, I'm sure Stryker has great security. It just, I've probably said this before, but we have to be right 100% of the time. An attacker has to be right just once, and whatever vulnerability this ends up being, hopefully it's a vulnerability, not a mistake they made, but it could happen to anybody. So you just have to do your best, but also have a recovery plan in place if something does happen.
Yeah, because if you're Stryker, how do you recover from this if it is as widespread as being reported, as major of an attack and loss of data as that is?
Yeah, it's probably going to be a significant recovery time frame. Again, we've heard of computers and laptops and whatnot of employees, so those obviously will just take time to reformat and redeploy, which could be hours to days per computer. But you would hope that data, maybe it wasn't touched, or they're going to have to recover that from various. You would assume they have a good backup program, but again, that recovery could take could take hours to days to weeks. So it's significant. Again, if it's truthful that they did not get into the devices out there, that's great. That means those devices can continue to be used, but it means on the corporate level, Stryker may have some trouble for a while.
Matt Rose, CXO of TechRage IT in Winter Springs. We always appreciate you sharing your expertise with us. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you these live images. This live picture right now is courtesy WTKR. You can see a number of students moving about the campus of Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, in the aftermath of a shooting where 2 people were hurt and a gunman was killed. This shooting happening just before 11 o'clock this morning around Constant Hall on the campus of ODU in Norfolk. You can still see police on the scene. The update we just got at 12:15 from the university saying they're just confirming there's no longer a threat there, but they are still asking folks to avoid that area because emergency personnel are still on the scene. They've given the all clear, but are just telling students and faculty there's nothing going on the main campus the rest of the day. We are hearing, I want to get you to this other shot from courtesy of Wavy TV, where they are speaking with someone on campus there right now. Let's go ahead and listen in. Well, it seems like we don't have any audio from that feed, so we will, though, continue to monitor that situation, try to bring you new details as we get them. If there is a news conference this afternoon, we'll keep an eye out on that. Nothing that we have learned of just yet, but we are keeping an eye on that situation. I do want to get you, though, to a courtroom in Flagler County earlier today where there was a pretrial detention hearing held for Ann DiMaggio, the 20-year-old Flagler County mother who is now charged with manslaughter, accused of letting her newborn baby drown in a toilet. The judge today denied that motion for pretrial detention and did end up granting bond, $250,000. In that hearing, we did hear some testimony from Detective Shannon Smith with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, who talks about responding to that call. We're going to hear a little bit of that, and I do just want to warn you, just because of the circumstances, you're not going to see anything graphic or anything like that, but I do want to warn you that the viewer discretion is advised just because of the topic of this, obviously disturbing allegations in this case. Here's a little of what we heard in the courtroom earlier today.
Are you the lead detective assigned to the case involved in the defendant?
Yes.
This was an incident that actually began occurring on March 5th and then the agency was notified on March 6th, right?
That is correct.
Could you tell the court how your agency was first notified of there being an issue that you were going to respond to on March 6th?
Dispatch received a call for a welfare check after someone had received some messages from Ann DiMaggio in reference to her potentially saying that she had given birth, killed a baby, and then disposed of it.
And so did your agency respond out there to the defendant's home early hours of March 6th?
Yes, approximately 4 o'clock a.m.
And did deputies make contact with the defendant?
They did.
Just generally, have you reviewed the body-worn cameras of the responding deputies?
Yes, I did.
Generally, what did the defendant tell deputies that responded to her home?
They had let her know the nature of why they were there. She admitted to sending some messages involving a baby. She later advised that she had given birth, and then at some point she had walked them to the back side yard of her residence and pointed to a shallow grave and advised that's where she had buried the baby.
Did she indicate when she gave birth to the baby?
She had stated the morning before an approximate 2 a.m. until sunrise.
So we're talking about Thursday, March 5th?
Yes.
Okay. Did she indicate what she did with the child after she gave birth to her?
She did. She advised she left the child in the toilet, knowing that its nose was partially submerged under the water. And at some point, once the baby had stopped moving, she described it as being limp and no longer breathing. She then wrapped the baby in a towel and put it in a duffel bag, and then stored the duffel bag in her closet.
And did she go anywhere after she stored the child in the duffel bag in her closet?
She did. She proceeded with her normal activities, going to her college classes in Daytona, and then later performing in a play in New Smyrna Beach.
And did she indicate to responding deputies what she did with the child after she returned from her play and classes?
Yeah, she had advised that she had taken the baby and buried it at the area that she was indicating to them on the side of the backyard.
Did your agency acquire and execute a search warrant for the residence?
Yes, we did.
And what was located in it?
A deceased female infant.
Was that infant transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they were.
Was an autopsy conducted that same day on March 6th?
Yes, sir.
Has your office spoken to the medical examiner about her initial findings or initial thoughts about the infant?
Yes.
What did she inform your agency?
Dr. Sneed informed the preliminary findings from the autopsy is that it was consistent with drowning. The baby had a estimated 30 to 36 week gestational age, and then as well as there was hemorrhaging on the head and buttocks of the baby, which indicated the baby was alive at the time of birth.
Was the defendant, did she agree to go to the Flagler County Sheriff's Office after your contact with her?
Yes, she did.
Was an interview conducted at the Flagler County Sheriff's Office by yourself and another witness?
Yes.
Who was with you for the interview, for portions of the interview?
Sergeant George Hristokopoulos.
When you came into contact with the defendant, did you read her Miranda rights?
Yes, I did.
Did she indicate that she understood her Miranda rights?
She did.
And did you conduct an interview that took an hour or two with her that afternoon?
Initially, yes.
I may ask you some follow-up questions, but can you inform the court what she told you about the timeline of events starting on March 5th into March 6th?
Yes, so she advised that approximately 24 hours prior, which would have been March 5th, around 2 o'clock a.m. Approximate, she began to have stomach pains and was bleeding a lot. At that point, or at some point during the night, she felt an urge to push. She was standing over a toilet. She had given birth to a baby. She advised the baby was crying and was moving. The baby's head was downwards in the toilet, and she left it there as she was cleaning up the blood because she was concerned that her mother would find out what had happened.
Did she say what she used to clean up the blood? Was this a bathroom attached to her bedroom? Or?
It was not attached to her bedroom, but near her bedroom, and she advised she used a lot of paper towels to try and clean up the blood.
Okay, and go on. So the infant, she's still in the toilet?
Yes. During the interview, it was asked if she, at some point, if she had hoped that this was the outcome, the baby would have died. She said a little bit. And then she waited until the baby was no longer crying, breathing, and it was limp before she removed it from the toilet.
Did you ask her at some point, pick up there in a second with the timeline, but did you ask her at some point if she had any type of plan if the baby if she didn't stop?
I did. She said she didn't have a plan, and she was then asked, well, what would you have done if it didn't? And she said, I would have been, which was her exact words.
Right, so continue. So then she stopped moving. What is the defendant tell you she does?
She says she grabs a towel after she believed the baby was deceased, wrapped the baby in a towel, placed it in a duffel bag. She described what the duffel bag looked like, and then said she put it in her closet. She later ate something and then got ready for her day. She then describes going to college classes and said she had a performance that she went and performed in New Smyrna Beach. She arrived home approximately 11 p.m. that night, and then that is when she decided that she was going to bury the baby. She said she grabbed a shovel and dug what she could. She said it wasn't very deep because she's not very strong. She described her arms being sore after the fact, but she said she placed the baby in the hole that she had dug and then put the dirt back over it, essentially burying it.
Did you talk to her about when she realized or when she thought she may have been pregnant with this?
I did. She described it as she knew she had missed several periods. She assumed she was pregnant, but essentially didn't want to face it. She was in denial.
Did she say to you during the course of this interview that she didn't really want to bother anyone, something to that effect?
She did. When it came to, I asked, why she didn't maybe call 911 or go to a hospital, drop a baby at a fire station, tell her mother or her boyfriend what had gone on, and she said she didn't want to draw any attention and she didn't want anybody to know.
And did she in fact tell you that she wanted to be over and done?
She did.
Did you ask her during the interview, if she could go back 48 hours and do things differently or go through this experience again? Did she do things any differently?
I did ask her if, knowing what she knew now during her interview, if she could go back 48 hours and change how she handled the outcome of this, if she would change it. She said she doesn't believe that she would.
Did you ask her during the interview if she realized the baby was in the toilet with her head partially underwater, that she was going to die? She realized that?
She did.
And she acknowledged, yes, she did.
Yes.
Did you ask her that because she didn't take the infant out of the toilet, the baby died? She drowned.
Correct.
Did the defendant clearly indicate to you during the interview that this infant, she was alive when she died?
Yes, she described the baby as crying, breathing, and moving.
And that she was limp when she moved her?
Correct. She waited until the baby was limp and no longer crying prior to removing it from the toilet.
I have no further questions. Thank you. I'll tend to the witness.
Any questions, Mr. Politis?
Just a few.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective Smith.
Good morning.
Michael Politis, we've never met before. You've probably conducted hundreds, if not thousands, of interviews.
Correct.
Would it be safe to say that when people respond to your questions, you don't know their true state of mind? You don't have any degrees in psychiatry, forensic psychology?
I have a degree in psychology, but not anything above that, no.
So you have a little bit of knowledge?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of severe postpartum psychosis?
I've heard of it.
Have you ever heard of severe postpartum depression?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware that those people that are stricken with that can suffer from delusions or hallucinations?
Sure.
And being that you have a degree in psychiatry, you know what the McNaughton is?
Psychology.
Psychology?
Yes, sir.
Is there a difference between psychology and psychiatry?
I didn't study psychiatry, so I couldn't speak on that.
Okay, I apologize. Do you know what the McNaughton rule is?
I don't.
Yet you're in law enforcement.
I am in law enforcement.
The McNaughton rule basically stands for the proposition you commit a crime but you don't know that you're wrong.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that we have a very petite 20-year-old young lady?
Sure, yeah, I would agree.
And during the course of the interview, there was not space cadet, but something along those lines where she wasn't in reality. I mean, she's answering your questions, but you could see that she was a little off.
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Okay. Did you go into detail about the physical distress with the loss of blood and how it would affect both her ability to be articulate, answer questions, understand what's going on? Did you go over the amount of blood she lost?
We briefly spoke that she had experienced blood loss. I don't think we went into a lot of detail about it, though.
The state attorney's office in the Seventh Circuit does have concerns that those two issues could be an issue if the defendant is released from custody. First, assuring the integrity of the judicial process. We're in a situation here where if the defendant didn't send some messages to a friend, we might not be in this courtroom today. We might not know that this young infant girl was ever a part of this world because of the defendant's efforts to conceal the fact that she was pregnant, conceal the child's birth, conceal the child's death, and then dispose of evidence of this event, including burying the infant child in the backyard, as well as cleaning up the bathroom, making efforts to wipe up her towels, and not telling a soul until she told a friend through, it's in the affidavit, through instant messaging, later on the 7th, after she's been to school, after she's been in a play or been in a production. Only at that time would they think this event even happening. So we have concerns about the destruction of evidence in this case. And while we haven't filed formal charges, I'm sure that when we do, tampering with physical evidence is going to be among those charges that the state attorney's office does file because of the sealed in this event. So we have significant concerns about that process going forward as the defendant's released, that there could be further efforts to conceal evidence in this case. But our bigger concern is the threat of harm to the community. The defendant has been arrested in this case for killing her newborn infant girl. This is a child who took her first and her last breath in a toilet bowl as her mother looked down on her, hoping that she would. The defendant's own intentional, gross, and flagrant actions caused the death of her infant child in this case. The state has grave concerns for anyone else in the community. That's the level of care this young woman shows to her own flesh and blood when she's the only person that can protect that child and save that child and give that child an opportunity to live. How can the community trust somebody to exercise any level of care in any person, known or unknown, when that's how she treated her baby girl? The defendant demonstrated unconscionable indifference to the human life of her own child, putting her own interests in her own life before that of her child. She made the choice to not want to bother her parents with what's going on, not draw attention to it so that her mother would know, so that she also could go about her life, going to school, going to a play, as the dead body of her infant child sat in a duffel bag. That is not the type of person that should be in the community around other individuals when we expect her to show some level of care to others when that's how she treats her own flesh and blood. That is the basis of the state's concern if she is released on any type of bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any concerns about fleeing the country? Are there any concerns about passports, anything along those lines?
Candidly, nothing that we're aware of, Judge, at this point in time. She, as you said, she has a social security number, but nothing that the state's aware of.
Thank you. Mr. Plitus, sir.
Thank you. Judge, I got a 20-year-old young lady. We know what happened. We just don't know why. She has no prior criminal record, not even a parking ticket. She's been nothing but a joy to her parents that are here, her aunt, family. A normal young kid went to Matanzas High, he's going to Daytona State, graduates in May with a degree, going on to UCF for some kind of forensic degree. No mental health history whatsoever. This is aberrant, violent behavior. There's no question. But is she a danger to the community? She's not going to commit a crime to somebody else. She's not going to be introduced in public and become a menace to society. There are people out in the community now that are on probation that have committed a crime and are still at large, and those that will have the propensity to commit a crime. I just want her to go home, have the comfort of her family. We're going to have to undergo a lot of access to that, both for the state as well as for the defense. We can have her GPS monitored. There's a lot of things. I spoke to the commander at the branch jail, and initially she was on the suicide watch. They had her evaluated by a mental health person. They kicked her down to level 1. Another mental health evaluation occurred, and now she's in general population. I don't know how long she will survive. But I know that she is not at all any of the indicators in those two statutes that the state addressed, 903 and 907. She has family ties. She has a length of residence to the community. There's no diagnosed mental condition, but there is something obviously that is off.
Are there any children residing in the home to which she is looking to reside in?
No. No, not at all. So again, I spoke with the prosecutor, and he and I will work together towards expediting these evaluations, getting to the bottom of this. But I think as far as a danger to the community, I don't think there is. This is an isolated episode. None of the ingredients in that statute apply to her. Again, requires need to protect the community. There's nothing of a danger. It says, and it says the caption in the statute, protect the community from unreasonable danger from the defendant. I don't see that here, and I hope the court agrees with what I see. But we ask you to allow her to be released with some form of supervision to ensure that she's not going anywhere. She's not going to. She's got me to defend her, to get her through this process. Justice will be served. However, in the interim, it's not necessary to incarcerate her, to segregate her from her family. It's extremely difficult for her to interact with the things. She hasn't spoken to them since the day of release. And I'm talking to her forensic psychology expertise, but I've been around a lot of people that have committed murders and things of that nature. She doesn't have that spark. She doesn't have that in her eyes. So, as an officer of the court, I can tell you I don't see the danger. However, in conclusion, I respect what the state has put on. I respect that Detective Smith told us it is a horrific episode, but I ask that somehow she be released. Be at every single pretrial proceeding, be subject to GPS monitoring, whatever it takes, Judge. I just need to get her out of the British jail and move on to criminal prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you both. The court finds there is a substantial probability that the defendant committed the offense. The concern that the court has is that while the state did touch on her concealment efforts, she's not been very effective at concealment. Additionally, she told her friend what is alleged that she had done. She went voluntarily to the sheriff's office for an interview. She was cooperative with law enforcement. And I don't have any evidence that would indicate that that she wouldn't appear in court. She's got no prior criminal history. With that said, while I'm denying the motion for pretrial detention for those grounds, I want to ask the state, with the understanding that the state wanted pretrial detention, what conditions and what amount would the state be seeking if bond is set in this case?
We wouldn't be seeking a significant bond amount. I won't put a number on it, Judge, but a significant bond amount if the court is inclined to give it. Does she have a GPS monitor? Obviously, no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with minors, any sort. I would probably ask for no contact with. I know we haven't issued our witness list yet, but we do issue a witness list. No contact with any witnesses on that witness list. We go through the discovery process. I don't think weapons are an issue, but obviously no firearms in any case. Check in weekly.
Weekly pretrial services?
Pretrial services, weekly UAs.
Mr. Politis, do you know if she has a passport?
I don't know that, but if she does have one, will be, yes, we forfeited.
I need to know if she has a passport.
Let me ask one question of the family. Yes, she does. The mother has acknowledged she does.
Anything you'd like to add, Mr. Politis?
No, Your Honor, other than the family is of they don't have a lot of money. So if you have all these conditions set in place, she's going to show up at all the pretrial proceedings like the court said. She did cooperate. She's not pleading. So we ask you not to make a significant bond amount.
Bond is set at $250,000 with the following conditions: GPS monitoring, hold for GPS monitoring. Also, she will not be released until the passport is turned into the clerk's office. No illegal drugs, no alcohol, no contact with any minors, but especially no relative minors. That means no events at the house where minors are present, no babies, no children at all. Anyone under 18 off limits. No contact with witnesses and the individual who she disclosed the information to, Mr. Urbanik. Do we have the, no, you're okay. Do you have the name of the individual to whom she contacted with the information that was turned into? We know that person, and I want to put no contact with that person.
We could just have 1 second.
You may.
Because it was an anonymous call that came in.
Then, okay, then I'm just going to put no contact with the individual who made the call. Y'all can come up with how you want to handle that. She knows who it is.
And I'll give the name of Mr. Politis. So
Thank you.
Talk to his client about it.
Thank you. No weapons, no firearms, pretrial services, with weekly check-ins with pretrial services. She is not to leave Flagler County for any purposes. Weekly UAs, forfeit the passport, and again, she will not be released until the clerk's office has secured the passport. And of course, she won't be released until GPS monitoring. Mr. Urbanik, anything I've missed, sir?
No, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Politis?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you all. This hearing is concluded.
$250,000 bond for the Flagler County mother charged with manslaughter. That is Ann DiMaggillo, 20 years old. She's accused of letting her newborn die in the toilet. You heard some of the testimony from the detective who responded to that scene. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look at the floor of the Florida House of Representatives. This is State Representative Michelle Rayner, a Democrat from St. Pete, as the House debates House Bill 1471, a bill that would essentially create a framework for the state's chief of domestic security, which is currently the FDLE commissioner, to be able to label certain organizations as domestic terrorist organizations. There's been a lot of debate over this. Now we're hearing from State Rep. Anna Escamani, a Democrat from Orlando. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Vouchers, and yet here I am defending their right to exist, to still receive money, even when they have the title of Islamic Society of Orlando, which is my understanding. The intention of this bill is to mimic Texas and not allow these schools that have some of the top ranked results and outcomes for their kids, not allow them to participate in the same program that Jewish schools do, that Christian schools do, and other private schools do as well. But really, the heart of my concern and the questions that I wish I could still ask have to do with the First Amendment, which is an oath that each one of us took on the U.S. Constitution, on the state constitution, to protect that freedom of speech. You don't have to like someone's speech, but the way to combat it is with better speech, not to cancel that speech. And this definition of promotion, though obviously, more detailed than the last one out of this body, it still says on line 425, making a statement or taking an action. Making a statement. Right now, I am making a statement, members. Could that be considered promotion of terrorism because I'm making a statement? And so, no, we did not get clarity on that. And despite learning a little bit more about what would not qualify as promotion of terrorism, I still don't have an idea of what does qualify as promoting terrorism. And it seems like it's going to be subjectivity based on the Florida cabinet, a group of, right now, mostly appointed elected officials, but a group of politically appointed officials, politically elected officials, that are going to have a bias. And that's why I ask, if a new president defines the NRA as a terrorist organization, or let's just say the next governor says Planned Parenthood is a terrorist organization, what does that mean for our First Amendment rights? What does that mean for your ability to express a position that I disagree with? You know, we take pride in how we operate as a chamber, and we give everyone sometimes enough time to ask questions and to debate issues, and that's what we're talking about. No one in here is going to face the penalty of losing their ability to receive public funding, of losing their ability to even operate in the state of Florida because of something you said. You are creating an avenue where people will be subjected to civil action for their speech. That is not what our founders established. About America 250, my God, I hope you would understand that people came to this country because others thought that they were terrorists. They thought that they were doing something wrong when they threw tea into the harbor. And so think about that, members. This is so subjective, and it's so based in partisan politics over what's good for our community. And I would be remiss to acknowledge that the Tampa Bay Times has reported that this bill was written by the governor's office. And so when it comes to exercising our independence as the House, then I would say that you push back against this legislation that is clearly unconstitutional, that is politically motivated, and is bad for the people of Florida. Vote down.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aside from having my daughter, the proudest moment in my life was standing in front of the rostrum and taking an oath to defend the U.S. Constitution, a country that my family almost died to get to. And the reason why I love our Constitution so much is because we have the First Amendment. And even back when it was being framed, they knew that we had domestic enemies, but in the 250 years that this government has existed, they still have not been able to designate a domestic terrorist organization. And you can laugh and you can think it's funny, but the reason why they can't is because our First Amendment is a core principle amendment of our country. And the fact is, it's too easy to blur the lines of taking away someone's First Amendment right because you don't like what they're saying and then designating them a terrorist of the state. It's not funny, it's serious. It is taking incredible power and putting it and concentrating it in the hands of very, very few. That is something that we should take seriously, and that's something that we should be able to ask questions for hours if we need to, because these are important things that we are litigating right now on this floor. These are very important things. These are things that have deep impact for my community, the people that I represent, and also who I am as a person. You know, it's not that long ago that this very state compiled a committee, the Jones Committee, to deem a group of people communists and get access to their files. We are opening up doors that we are going to be unable to close. And these are doors that the US government has not opened. To be clear, and I want everybody to understand in this room, I want each and every one of you to hear my voice. The US government does not have a designation for a domestic terrorist organization. They might define domestic terrorist activity, but even groups that I revile, like the KKK, are not considered a domestic terrorist organization. So what we are doing is giving incredible power that the US government does not even have to a few people in the cabinet of the state of Florida, to even deem organizations outside of Florida as domestic terrorist organizations. I'm telling you, this is a bad bill. And it's not partisan. It's a bad bill because I'm an American. And as an American, I am down on this bill. And I implore every good American to be down on this bill too.
Representative Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. I can't even say thank you. That's how I feel right now. As someone who 2.5 years ago was on this floor calling for a ceasefire, I had members in this chamber call me a terrorist simply because I called for a ceasefire, simply because I stated I cared about children being killed. And so now you are potentially labeling people terrorists, dissolving their businesses, potentially about to get them charged with felony simply because you do not like what they have to say. This sounds like, McCarthyism to me. This is political repression through and through. You all are dead wrong. You're repressing our speech today. I hope the people of the state of Florida see what is happening here in this chamber. This is disrespectful to us as lawmakers. This is disrespectful to the Constitution. And as Rep. Harris stated, this is so un-American. Members, when your grandkids and your great-grandkids asked how you showed up in this moment, what are you going to tell them? History will not be kind to you if you vote up on this legislation. Y'all know this is dead wrong. And I am pissed off because, again, many of you all label me a terrorist. And you are going to harm these children who want education and have, Jesus Christ. It's your fault. No, I'm like, this is, you're not going to point or order him. We see how you treat us in the back rows, and y'all know y'all wrong. You allow him to say what he said just now, but you don't say anything, but you say everything to us. You shut us down. That's wrong. It's repressive. You don't care about the Constitution. You care about keeping a certain group of people in power. November's coming. Not winter, November's coming.
Representative Bartleman. I'm not talking to you. Members, no demonstrations from the gallery. Representative Bartleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the amendments, this bill still allows the governor and his cabinet to designate a domestic terrorist organization without due process on the front end. We are the only state in the nation giving this unprecedented power. In fact, it is even more dangerous. This amendment reduces the requirements that the Chief Domestic Security Officer has for providing a recommendation to declare an organization a domestic terrorist. The original bill actually required the chief to submit written findings for the governor and his cabinet to consider. The amendment only requires a summary of the basis of designation. The amendment provides that the Department of State can administratively dissolve that designated organization after any judicial challenge. That is the only provision in this bill for judicial review. This is the United States of America, and Americans deserve the right to a judicial process prior to the designation. Remember, a group is simply going to wake up, get a letter, read about themselves in the news, and the damage is done. We have spent all session reining in unchecked power in this body. All session. The whole theme this morning was our independence, taking back the House, creating a check and balance system. And you all think that they're not going to abuse their power in this process, in this bill? What about what happened with Medicaid? What about the witch hunt that's going on right now to the House of Representatives? Look, the term domestic terrorist organization is used by all sorts of people in power. Those of us seated here in the back row, well, we've been called domestic terrorists. Alex Pretty was declared a domestic terrorist moments after his murder, without any research or due process, smearing his name. One federal officer went on TV and just said, this is an act of domestic terrorism. What you are doing is formalizing that process into law and giving the governor and his cabinet the ability to destroy lives without any judicial review, without any process, and now with this amendment, with only a summary. They don't even have to provide evidence to the cabinet, a simple summary. The Sixth Amendment of our Constitution guarantees us a right to a fair trial. This bill has no trial before punishment. It simply hands out the punishment, and there is no ability to refute the evidence until after the designation is done. I asked you all on this floor, would you want Gavin Newsom and his cabinet to have this power? And many of you said no.
5 at the synagogue.
Because if
that's
things were
what
reversed,
WWJ is currently
MAGA,
reporting. We
the
don't know
Moms
that
of
for a
Liberty,
fact. That's
and other
what
groups that you
they are
support
reporting at this
could
point. But as we
potentially
get more
be labeled
information,
a domestic terrorist.
we will
you only
get that
feel
to you.
safe now because
saying
you're
there
in
is
power.
a witness on the
But
scene,
what
and that is
about
what our
when things
WWJ
change?
News Radio is
Remember,
reporting.
There is a
whatever you allow
gigantic
your government
police
to do to others, they will
congregation here. I mean,
do
this.
to all of you.
I mean, there's
Please do not
this would be
support
close
this
to
bill.
30 vehicles right here just outside of the synagogue from some videos that some of.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me go ahead and start off with saying that Republicans don't own Christianity. So when we say Jesus Christ, we have just as much right to say it as you do. That's first there. But let me tell you what you do own. In this bill, you're owning the singling out and the isolation of Muslim Americans that you all represent. Everybody in this chamber represents a Muslim in their community. Full stop, period. This bill is not only an attack on the U.S. Constitution, it's also an attack on the Florida Constitution. But let me start with Sharia law. Representative Rayner asked, how many courts have upheld Sharia law in litigation? 0. People litigate for anything. You can file a lawsuit if you didn't get paid 1 cent on your medical bills. You can file a lawsuit for that. And the judge makes a determination based on case law, based on the constitutional sanctity of the U.S. Constitution and the Florida Constitution. So when a direct answer or question was asked about upholding Sharia law, the answer that you did not get is 0. There has been no cases that have been upheld. And for clarity's sake, The cases that have been litigated on Sharia law have been litigated in a contractual manner, meaning a prenuptial agreement, and that's not just based on Muslims, it's based on any religious practice outside of the state of the country of Florida. The state of Florida, country, United States. Y'all get it. So when I looked up the cases after we heard this bill, I actually saw that, yes, there were prenuptial agreements that they were asking the court to uphold. And you know what the court said? We do not uphold foreign contracts. We follow state law. We follow the Florida Constitution. We follow the U.S. Constitution. That is what the court has upheld. So stating disingenuously that it is the most litigated, okay, you can file a lawsuit for anything. Now, when we talk about destroying the First Amendment and the First Amendment being under attack, this bill is representative of that. We all have the ability. Everybody in here was elected by people that are not in here. So you don't have to be loyal to a party. None of us work for the party that we are members of. We work on behalf of the people that voted to elect us to get here. So you don't have to vote along party lines, and you don't have to listen to people who are telling you what to do if it is in contrary and contravention of the U.S. Constitution, the Florida Constitution, that every single one of us took an oath to uphold. This is a very disturbing precedent. Rep. Harris mentioned the Johns Committee. Let's talk about it. In modern history, within the lifetime of some of those in this chamber, the NAACP and Black civil rights activists have been attacked multiple times by the government of Florida and others.
This is a debate on the floor of the Florida House continuing right now over this bill that would allow the state to declare certain organizations as domestic terrorist groups. You can hear some of the emotions coming from just a little bit ago, and Representative Angie Nixon, a Democrat from Jacksonville, getting fired up on the House floor, and some back and forth about that as this debate continues right now. This is HB 1471. That is being debated. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Want to let you know we are tracking an active shooter reported in Michigan. This is a live footage from Fox 2 Detroit, where they are tracking reports of an active shooter at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan. So we are tracking that as well. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Do want to give you these live images courtesy of Fox 2 Detroit, where we are tracking what has been reported as an active shooter situation at Temple Israel, which is in West Bloomfield, Michigan. This is live coverage from Fox 2 Detroit. And we want to go ahead and listen in to their coverage right now. You can see just how large that scene is, just law enforcement vehicle after law enforcement vehicle. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
Much hate.
Right. I can, that's a really good question and a really hard one for me to answer. I mean, never forget the Holocaust is a big part of our identity. And I know that in Jewish day schools, temples, synagogues, the Holocaust, the Zeckelman Holocaust Center in West Bloomfield also. I mean, education is huge. Yeah. Education is so important. I mean, I know that there are therapists that I'm sure I could have call in that could talk about this in a greater way, in a more, what do I want to say, educated way, I suppose. But just for me, from my heart, to see this happening is just unfathomable. I represent a lot of extraordinary Jewish organizations, nonprofits who give back to the community, who give back to so many people and do good for so many people, Jewish and not Jewish. That's the thing. We want to help heal the world. I mean, that is part of who we are. And the Jewish community works to do that, 365 days a year. It's just part of who we are. Oh.
And you talk about wanting to heal the world and just what that looks like on a day-to-day basis. We understand this is a food pantry day that happens every other Thursday, so it's possible that today that's what was happening. So again, I don't know if you're near a TV and just able to see some of the live pictures that we have from our crew now, where we have this massive police scene. We see police officers with long guns, and when you think that this could have affected people that may have just been at the synagogue just trying to get food for their families, it's so heartbreaking, Carolyn.
Yeah, I do have Fox 2 on, and seeing all of those cars. Temple Israel is a place that is known for so much joy, weddings and baby namings and bat mitzvahs and bar mitzvahs and happy mitzvah occasions. Oh my gosh, I am looking at the live shots. I used to live on the street. I could walk to Temple Israel from where I used to live. I mean, this is very personal and heartbreaking.
And your kids were bar mitzvahed here as well? Is that what I'm hearing?
They were. Yeah, they were. I mean, we have so many beautiful memories at Temple Israel. Their clergy is amazing. They are amazing people. I can see the live pictures right now. Oh my gosh.
Carolyn, they say that this is a food pantry day every Thursday, so we are making a connection that it is some kind of food pantry day today as well. Have you ever been part of that day, and what does that day mean for the amount of people that could possibly be in the synagogue at this time?
Yeah,
what portion is it in?
Yeah, Lee, I don't know. That does not surprise me that they have that activity there. Might be on their website, but I don't. I don't know.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But certainly you can understand just going to any event at Temple Israel and not expecting for that to be a day that a car drives through the building or someone with a gun shows up or there is an attack or a fire. I mean, it just really speaks to the fact that anything can happen at any time.
Yeah. Wow.
I looked up, Carolyn, I looked up the calendar of events today at Temple Israel, and it looks like they have a couple things in addition to the food pantry, but one of them is a movement on the mind, which was scheduled between 1:30 and 2:30. So you would imagine that people that were going to that, maybe they got there a little bit early. So there's that. And then later today, an adult health and fitness class, which was scheduled between 3 and 4 o'clock at the temple. But just more evidence that goes to show this is an active and bustling temple with people coming and going at all hours.
Yeah, Temple Israel is known, you know, throughout the country and probably in Israel and around the world. I mean, it is a very well-respected, well-known, beautiful place of worship and community.
Now, as we go back to live pictures, this is our Fox 2 chopper here, our chopper shot. You can see live pictures of smoke still coming out of the building. Earlier,
you know, I might be watching I don't know, I'm seeing a different picture, but I have not seen that yet. Wow. Oh my gosh.
You might be on a delay as live TV happens, how it happens, Carolyn. We appreciate you taking the time, and maybe stay with us for a second, but we did see a large presence of people walking. You can see right there on the street. I'm not sure if that's Walled Lake Road, just east of Drake, maybe where they are.
That would be Walnut Lake Road.
Walnut Lake Road, yeah. And you can see a huge police presence walking from there.
And that huge police...
Oh, now I see that.
The presence, by the way, I just heard from my sister who works in West Bloomfield, and she works at Orchard Lake and Walnut Lake, which is, I mean, as the crow flies, probably half a mile from Temple Israel.
Okay.
And she said that her work is also under lockdown right now.
So the complete area is under lockdown.
It looks like that whole area is under lockdown. As you take a live look at some of the, that's FBI?
Yeah, everybody's on the scene. We've seen FBI, we've seen local police, we've seen also the sheriff's department cars coming through. And as we're looking at this person prepare, he has his long gun. He is preparing ammo and everything, preparing to go. And when this is happening, it means that the situation is ongoing as he gears up. And we don't know exactly what is in that building yet. We are told it's an active shooter. There have been reports of at entrance 5, but as you can see, that there are a huge police presence and federal presence as well on scene in West Bloomfield at a Jewish synagogue, as the eyes of the nation are probably turning right here to Michigan as this unfolds.
Carolyn, I want you to hold tight and listen to this for a second, because we're getting information that parents are now trying to come to the scene and pick up their children, their loved ones. Lee has mentioned we had word of an active shooter. We also saw fire crews on the scene, and it looked like there was smoke coming from the building in several different places. And then, producers, if you don't mind to confirm for me again if that car into the building is confirmed, because that certainly would paint the picture of a more coordinated attack. And now we have this statement from Michigan State Police, and it says Michigan State Police are aware of an active shooting incident that is ongoing in West Bloomfield. We are asking for community members to stay away from the area and to allow the police response. Troopers are also increasing patrols at other places of worship in Detroit as well. So this goes back to everything that you were saying earlier about what it feels like to just be minding your own business in a place of worship, and to have something like this happen and potentially just rip communities apart, rip families apart. Now that this picture is coming into clearer view, Carolyn, and it does appear to be something very sinister here, what are your thoughts and feelings?
Oh, I'm just looking at all of the fire trucks and police trucks and the FBI, and it's just such a surreal thing to think that so much love and passion and community happens in this beautiful, beautiful temple. And I don't just mean physically beautiful, I mean spiritually beautiful. Rabbis and clergy and camp and staff who care so much about one another and about the world at large.
Carolyn,
and I just can't believe what I'm looking at.
It is hard to believe as we all live through this together. I do want to ask, we're getting a report that parents are trying to get to this scene. Is there a school in this facility? Is there Would there be kids in the facility on a Thursday afternoon that you may know of any function that would happen at the synagogue? And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you are closer to the synagogue than I am and closer to that area. But I don't know if there is a school on that property, a daycare on that property inside of there as well?
Well, there is a preschool. And again, I don't know the hours of that preschool, but I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Carolyn,
if I could jump in, because this is something that I was kind of digging into, because I think that this is a massive part of this story. Yes, as far as what their website shows, there is child care happening right now. They have a child care program, an early childhood program, and a kindergarten program. There are 2 different times. One of them goes from 9 a.m. till noon. That would have ended maybe slightly before the incident. But there's another one that goes from 9 a.m. till 2:30 p.m. So 2:30 in the afternoon. That is a Monday through Friday program for an early childhood center for childcare. And I imagine that some of those reports that we are getting right now of parents rushing to the scene are probably parents of those kids that are still there in that program.
So I'm sure, and can you only imagine the fear that those parents are feeling right now? Oh my gosh.
Okay, Carolyn, we're going to say goodbye to you for the moment. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing with us your perspective. It was incredibly impactful as we continue to watch this unfold. We're now going to bring in Mike Harville, who is a security coordinator at Kensington Church. Mike, are you here with me? We're going to give Mike a few seconds to connect.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you, Mike?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So you're a security coordinator at Kensington Church. If you've had a chance to look at our live pictures, we have seemingly every agency on the scene. We've seen police, we've seen FBI, we have fire crews on the scene. There's smoke billowing from the building in 3 different places. Word of a car. I do believe we just got to look at the car into the building. And Michigan State Police are now saying that there is or was an active shooter situation as well. So with your security expertise, what do you believe would be the process to secure the scene, and what do you think is happening right now on the ground?
Well, from what I've been able to see, because I've been watching your live feed, they're going to be securing the entire building and making sure they get everybody out safely. They're going to be going through, making sure that they've stopped any possible threats. If there's anybody else in there that could be a threat, they're going to want to make sure that that's been stopped. And then they're going to look for any wounded and then make sure all the wounded get treated. Right now, we don't know if there is any wounded yet, but we're hoping and praying there are not.
Mike, right as you were hopping on with us, we saw a group of what appear to be civilians. If I had to guess, it might be parents. They were being patted down by law enforcement, and they did. It looked like they entered the building. Is there a scenario in which part of the building would be secured? Maybe that's the part of the building that has we're seeing what looks to be a parent run up right now. Yeah. Would they let the parents in if the childhood center part of the building was safe?
That very well could be. I am not in law enforcement myself, so I can't speak to exactly what their decision would be on that, but that is a great possibility because they're going to want to be able to get those kids out of there safely. And the best way for a child to leave in a situation like that is with their parents. Mm-hmm. So if they've secured the building, they feel that there is no longer a threat, then checking the parents, allowing them in to get their kids and get them out of there is probably what they're working on right now.
Mike, I'm curious how your job has changed over the past few years as we seemingly have more and more attacks on sporting venues and synagogues and places of worship for all faiths. Can you just take us through a day in the life for you? How are you tasked with keeping people safe when there seem to be threats coming from so many different places in today's world?
I've gotten busier. We'll put that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And we do more training. We do active shooter training with our staff, with volunteers. The program that we use is one that was developed by law enforcement. It's called React ASAP. It's a quick, easy course to go through, but it's gets a lot of repetition, so you learn the concepts very well. So that's what we're doing to make sure that people have the that they're empowered to handle a situation should it arise. But we're making sure that we're being vigilant, keeping an eye on everything, just trying to make sure we keep everybody safe.
Mike, as we're watching the live footage, as somebody that has a career in this, are there any things that we can look for that would be good signs, that would be silver linings, or things that you would see that would say this is moving in the right direction?
Well, so when you're talking about silver lining, if you don't see much activity with regards to ambulances, that is an indication there's little or no wounded, and which is a huge positive. The building can be replaced. The lives cannot. And so if everybody is getting out of there safely, in my mind, we won.
Yeah, Mike, real quickly, before I ask you my next question, we did see some police presence from Oakland County. It looked like Sheriff Michael Bouchard walking through the parking lot is who we saw. And so when all these different agencies from federal to state to local come together with the security that's already on staff and in the building, how do they all come together to secure a situation like this, Mike? Maybe you can give us an idea of what the protocols they're walking through right now, Mike.
Well, there's a system that's in place, that's a national system that was put in place after 9/11. It's called the Incident Command System. And whenever there's a major situation like this, there is an individual that is the incident commander, and then certain individuals are given different responsibilities, and those responsibilities have already been spelled out on who would do or what responsibility roles need to be filled, and then the commander assigns people to those responsibilities, and everybody has their role to play. And so there is a structure system. Like I said, it's called the Incident Command System.
All right, Mike, we're going to let you go here. Thank you so much for your perspective as a security coordinator at Kensington Church. You definitely helped paint a more clear picture of what we're looking at here on the ground as several agencies come together. We see people hugging here, just such an emotional time. Mike, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Now we're going to bring in Fox 2 reporter Camille Amiri, who has been making her way to the scene. Camille, you're there now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Marielle, we just got here, and I'm hoping to get a little bit closer after this next live shot. But let me tell you what we can see. I'm zooming over right now, Brian Paninsky, to see this is right here, all of the police you see. We have been hearing sirens and seeing cars the whole way we were coming here from Detroit. This is as close as we can get right now, but I think that once we get done with you, we can get closer on foot. But I wanted to show you this right now, what it looks like. Police still arriving. Obviously a very active situation. I do not know how many people have been hit, if any, but we know that this is an active police situation right now. I see Waterford police. There are literally police from all over here, more showing up right now as we speak. I think that we may have lost our signal, but I don't know if you can still hear me. I just want to tell you that that's what's going on. But we want to tell you that we've got crews all over the area, and we've got crews closer. We just happen to be coming from Detroit, and that's why we just arrived here, but we're going to work to get closer. The sound that we were hearing in our ear was actually for, I didn't know if we still had the signal, but for an emergency alert for everyone to stay in lockdown. All schools, all synagogues in the area are on lockdown right now. We ran into a photographer who was actually going to his kid's school, a photographer from Fox 2. His children go to school nearby. They are on lockdown. So that is a situation, a very, very fluid situation right now from where our vantage point. Again, just to show you the look of all the cop cars that are here with sirens, obviously at the scene. And again, we're going to work to get closer. But again, this entire area locked down, people being told to avoid this area while police work to do their job. Marielle.
Camille, this is Derek Everett. I got a question for you. As somebody, you have so much experience with scenes like this, with emergencies. Have you ever seen a police presence like the one that you're seeing right now?
No. I mean, obviously Oxford, and I happened to be off that day, but I was watching it all unfold and was going to come in, but they said no, we had enough people. But right now, this is the kind of thing we're seeing. This is the kind of thing like Oxford, that many people here, that many cops. We're going to work to get closer, and we'll be closer next time we see you.
All right,
I'll send
Camille,
it back to you.
This is Lee. We'll let you guys go and do your jobs. We appreciate you coming live with us. But right now, we have Eric O'Neill, former counterterrorism and counterintelligence operative with the FBI, who is on with us now. First of all, Eric, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, we see a huge police presence. You perhaps have been watching the video and the information that we've been able to gather so far. What are your initial thoughts of what exactly is happening here?
Well, an active shooter situation is something that you never want to take lightly, particularly with the current known threats by extremists who are unhappy about what is happening in Iran right now. And the fact that it is a Jewish synagogue and the known threat between Islamic extremism and those synagogues are something that clearly law enforcement is not taking lightly at all. And anytime there's an active shooter, you're going to see this sort of reaction.
Now, there is a huge presence of multi-agencies here. Maybe you can walk us through the protocol and who has jurisdiction and what exactly is happening on the ground as we watch parents show up. We watch different agencies head in and around the building. What can you tell us about exactly the protocol of what's happening?
Well, typically in an active shooter situation, local law enforcement are first on the scene. Normally there's a call to them with a 911 call. They come on the scene and they will move quickly to try to interdict the shooter if possible. It really depends on the situation or whether the shooter is continuing to shoot, whether they're holed up somewhere, whether they know
Eric,
where they are.
I hate to cut you off and jump in here, but we're looking at pictures and it looked like an armored vehicle as well as emergency vehicles going in. I can add that to the conversation as you talk about what's happening. Darn it.
Yeah, certainly. And so just depending on the threat, and we, from the videos and from what we know, we don't know enough about the threat to really opine on it. That would suggest whether there is additional layering, whether, how fast SWAT can get there to move in, what is the risk to
cannot be completed
civilians and innocents,
please consult your directory and call again
from an active shooter,
or ask your operator for assistance.
Can respond
this is
and
a
move
recording.
in and take that shooter, because that is the number one goal.
Eric, if you can hold on for a second. You're still with us. We can still hear you. We're just having some technical difficulties as we try to clean up our audio line so we can hear what you're saying. We're talking about the armored vehicle. We kind of lost you a little bit there. Maybe you could go back and you're talking about how different agencies have different protocols. Eric, are you still there with us? Please go on.
Yep, I'm still here. Local law enforcement will usually be first on the scene. They might ask for assistance. A SWAT team will normally come in order to try to neutralize the shooter. Obviously, the number one concern for law enforcement and any of the agencies who might be on the scene, and I can't tell you who is there or why, because we just don't know enough, is to protect lives and to safeguard those who could be innocents caught in the crossfire of an active shooter.
Eric, this is Marielle Liu here. I did want to read to you this statement coming in from Kash Patel via FBI Detroit. It says, FBI personnel are on the scene with partners in Michigan and responding to the apparent vehicle ramming and active shooter situation out of a Temple Israel synagogue in West Bloomfield Township. Earlier today, while we were watching this unfold, I did mention because of the different elements between fire in the building, word of a car ramming into the building, and then an active shooter, that certainly looked more like a coordinated attack. Can you speak from your perspective now, knowing that there is a vehicle rammed into the building and an active shooter situation, what that might indicate for what type of attack we're looking at here?
Well, certainly, I would suggest or suspect that it is, and is being treated as an act of terrorism, especially if the FBI are immediately involved. It certainly seems to have a lot of the hallmarks. The vehicle rammed into the building provides a point of entry, and then you have an active shooter. I can't tell you, and I'm not sure if the reporting has suggested that shots are still being fired or if the shooter has been neutralized. But the fact that the FBI was on this is a good thing. That means that they're giving all the support to local law enforcement that they would require in order to handle this as quickly and as safely as possible.
Eric, the fact that we've gotten confirmation from the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, the fact that there are this many law enforcement officers on scene, the fact that the FBI is involved at all, in your professional opinion, would you say that this is not a coincidence that the largest Reform synagogue in North America, in one of the greatest Jewish population cities in the state of Michigan, I don't want to make a connection, but would you say that that's not a coincidence?
I don't believe in coincidences. If you look at what's happening in the world, we know from different reports from the FBI and other intel agencies that Iranian extremists are active in the U.S. Now, this is everything from potential threats to citizens to cyber attacks. And there have been, a number of different statements from the FBI and others to take caution and make preparations. There has been a rise in violent extremism here in the U.S. for some years, and often what these either lone wolf individuals who are activated themselves or by extremist cells, all they need is a triggering event, and the war or the military action in Iran is certainly one of those triggering events that could cause individuals who are sympathetic or active extremist cells to start to take action. And we know that Iran wants to hurt us, and there are only really two ways they can do it. These sort of things here in the U.S. And cyber attacks, which they're very capable of doing as well.
Eric, I want to hang on that point. You said something that a lot of people are feeling and perhaps doesn't get enough conversation where there needs to be. You talked about the rise in violence here in the U.S. From your perspective, can you go deeper and just explain how has that change affected your line of work? What do you see? I mean, it's not just fear of Iran and what's happening. There's been a rise in white supremacy as well here in the U.S. So when it comes to counterterrorism, there are so many different elements now, it seems, you have to look at. It's not necessarily just attacks from other countries. It's right here at home.
Certainly, and the biggest concern is not a group of Iranians who snuck in. That is a concern that somehow moved through our border and are operating as terrorist cells here in the United States. It's actually homegrown terrorists that are a bigger concern. People who can be radicalized online. And the advent of the internet and making a big world very small allows people who may never have had those proclivities to find people who will help them radicalize in that process, whether they have some mental instability or they just have completely subscribed to an anti-American ideology. They might be radicalized. And look, it's easy to get your hands on a gun, and there are many examples of how to do the active shooting. In fact, you can find them online in different groups and look at what has happened in the past. We have seen this sort of attack before, where an individual rammed, I believe, his truck into a church and then started shooting and tried to set the church on fire. So there are examples that people who become radicalized and become lone wolf shooters or terrorists can use in order to carry out their attacks. But, of course, here we should say we don't know whether this is one individual, multiple individuals, or what at this point.
We're thankful to report right now it does seem as though there are no injuries to report. But I think that you have brought just such great perspective on how, I don't want to say how easy it is for homegrown terrorism, but what do you attribute this rise to be? Like, what is the cause of this?
Well, part of it is the internet and social media. It's very easy now to find people who think like you, who have the same problems that you do. It's easy to radicalize these susceptible people by in effect, the best word to use is grooming them into this using the internet. Now, it used to be very difficult for these these terrorists and supremacists and other groups to recruit. But now you can do it by the people who have a proclivity toward violence might actually find you. And, we saw this. We've seen this a number of different times, from radical extremists who throw, homemade bombs into crowds to shootings that we all are, and how we can find people who think like we do online, even if those people are the worst of the worst.
Here at Fox 2, we've made a commitment to not share the names of people who participate in mass shootings or try to create violence and panic in our communities. Do you find that notoriety is what some of these people are chasing, or is it just about the violence and hate?
No, I think that your policy is wise. I have the same policy in a weekly newsletter that I produce. I don't ever say the names of these people. Part of what can activate someone is that narcissism and hubris, that pride, that want to be famous. We see that a lot in the unhinged people who go on shooting sprees in schools. They want to be known. They leave manifestos. One of the strongest actions that can be taken is to leave them in the dustbin to history. Their names aren't known. That can help to deflect some people who might want to be famous and feel like maybe I won't. And that might be why you see people leave these manifestos and make sure their names, because they want their names to be known. So I think that is a good policy, not to publish the names of these kind of people.
All right, Eric O'Neill, this is Lee Thomas. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. You're former FBI counter-terrorism and counterintelligence operative. We appreciate your insight on this, what is unfortunate and groundbreaking event that's happening in our own backyard. Thank you so much, Eric O'Neill. We do want to get some more information before we go to our next expert. This information is in, and we want to make this one clear because it is great news. No one was hurt as of now. That is what we are told was said by Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard. No one is hurt as of now. And multiple other reports from the scene are coming in about the crash that was there, about it still being an active scene. If the shooter is still on scene or not, we'll get all of that confirmed. But right now we need to go to Steve Dolan, who is Assistant Chief at Detroit Police Department. He is on with us now. Steve, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Now talk about what this means, because a lot of people, the schools in the area are on lockdown, businesses are on lockdown. Obviously, the streets in and around that synagogue in West Bloomfield all on lockdown with heavy police presence. But it extends further than that into Jewish synagogues in all of our city and other places. Talk about what this means for Detroit Police Department and what protocols go into place when something like this happens nearby.
Well, even though it was in the suburbs, there are synagogues in Detroit, one main one downtown, and there's someone right on the periphery of the city. I would think at this point, every police department is sending a special attention to the synagogues, or at least talking to the rabbis in charge of the synagogues, and not just the synagogues, because, like, if I'm in Dearborn, I'm checking out the mosques in case there's a retaliatory effort by someone else who is anti-Islamic. So the mosques and the synagogues are on special attention. I'm sure all the police departments have been made aware of this. Everyone's on high alert. I mean, the war in Iran has got everyone on high alert. And again, we don't know this individual. He had mental issues, he or she had mental issues, who did this, but they definitely were trying to get mass destruction and mass casualties.
Steve, I want you to hear this information just coming into our newsroom and get your perspective as the former assistant chief. Car crash into the building. This information, by the way, coming from Temple's Communications. Car crashed into the building. Police shot driver. It's unclear the driver's condition right now. Car caught on fire, which is why the fire trucks are there. All kids have been evacuated and are at Shenandoah.
Okay, he's been shot. Is he in custody?
That information we don't have yet, right?
Exactly. So we don't have that yet. Was there only one suspect? This is very similar to what happened in Grand Blanc. Didn't someone drive through the front door? Yep, of a church. So is it a copycat? Is it someone who has mental issues? Again, and you can have all the security you want in the world, but if I want to get through and I don't care about my life, I'm getting through. I don't know if there are cement bollards in front of the synagogue or not. I do know that there's kids there, little kids there, and if you're going to make a statement, unfortunately, nothing's worse than, we've seen the bombing in Iran where 170 kids died.
Yes.
This could be retaliation for that. You don't know what's going through people's minds, and
Steve,
the parents are terrified. Go ahead.
On that note, and this might put some parents' minds at ease a little bit, but we can confirm that the kids and the teachers are safe. There was a message sent to the community members confirming that all of the kids and the teachers that were in the Early Childhood Center are safe and accounted for.
And that's good news from the physical aspect. But what's this going to do with these kids psychologically, mentally? I mean, these kids are little. It's ridiculous that we have to have these drills for these little kids, to run and hide, run and hide. And the parents are traumatized. You can tell me till the cows come home, hey, your daughter's fine and your son's fine. I'm a parent and I'm concerned about my kids. I gotta get to my kid. And unfortunately, we can't let any parents in because we don't. What I'm understanding is he or she's not in custody yet. So you've got the high school kids at West Bloomfield. They're in lockdown. Some of them might think, what's the big deal? But these other kids are all being traumatized, as are the teachers, as are the parents, and actually, as is law enforcement, because they don't know what they're going to walk into.
I want to talk to you more about that because I've been with you on many scenes. You've done so much in your career, certainly. So you've seen it all, it seems. And there's got to be so many different how do you compartmentalize is my question, because you have parents who don't care what anyone has to say. I'm going to get my children. I'm going to make sure that my children are safe, right? But then you still have this protocol that you have to follow. You have to make sure the scene is cleared. You have to make sure that there's no danger in any other parts of the building. So how are you able to navigate all of these different things that are coming at you once as an officer on a scene like this?
It's hard. You have unified command, and you have people stationed on the outside going in. I remember years ago I had two little kids who were basically assassinated at a dope house. And, and I was there, and I was in charge, middle of the night, and people showed up that had to see these little kids. I said, you can't go in. And I was actually caught on camera fighting with the grandfather. I said, you can't go in there because it's not secure yet. Yeah. It's hard. I get what they're going through. I do. I do, but we have to make sure there's no other injuries. We have to make sure you're safe. These kids are traumatized, and they're going to have people out there, psychologists, whatever, talk to them. But the parents need to know that I know they're physically safe, but I got to get to my kid. Your heart's beating, you're crying. Every emotion you can imagine as a parent is going through you right now because what if it didn't go this way?
Steve, does it tell you anything that we have gotten reports that the kids and the teachers are safe, but we have not heard reports that the suspect has been apprehended? So, in fact, we're hearing quite the opposite, that some of our sources are telling us.
We are listening to live coverage here from Fox 2 Detroit right now. Stand by. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. We are tracking breaking news out of Michigan this afternoon, where police have responded to a reported active shooter at a Jewish synagogue. This is Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan, where an active shooter has been reported. A car reported into the building. and also a fire reported at that synagogue. We want to get you to Fox News coverage of that breaking and developing news story this afternoon. Let's go ahead and listen in. Thank you so much, Julia. And if you are still with us here on Fox Local YouTube and our Facebook stream here, we want to get you back to our coverage here on via Fox 2 Detroit as we continue to listen in to this breaking news coverage after an active shooter reported at this Jewish synagogue.
In the community, just regular clothes, just walking down the street. So it's a massive undertaking right now. Massive.
What does it mean for how quickly the response was? The fact that if our information is correct, again, as everything is happening so quickly and coming into the newsroom, the fact that the car rams into the building, if police were able to perhaps shoot the suspect, whether he's at large or not, as we still wait to get those details in, it still seems to be a very quick response, especially for this to be such a large response from so many different agencies. How does that something so coordinated come together on your side so quickly?
You work on this all the time. In Detroit, we had our own Homeland Security, incident response, and you get the hospitals ready just in case, fire, all your agencies involved, and you constantly.
few hours later in the day, there's a food bank drive that's scheduled to happen. There's also several physical fitness activities that are going to be taking place there. So there was scheduled to be much larger crowds there later on in the day. If this had happened then Oakland County Sheriff would be much more hard-pressed to be able to say that. But again, early on at this point to say definitively whether or not that's going to hold, but at this point at least, thankfully, they say it appears no one other than the shooter appears to have been injured.
Goodness gracious. Garrett Tenney with the latest details. John, as we were watching, you saw that the camera was zoomed in on the building across the street from where the camera's obviously on stilts there. There was a bunch of parents walking in holding really small children. As we know, this was an early childhood education center that was affected by this. They said that they were able to secure all those children in another location, but you saw a lot of parents with those young kids walking through the door there as the camera was zooming.
I mean, I find it very curious that you've got children walking back into the building, which would be an indication that any ongoing threat, probably to Garrett Tenney's point, has been neutralized at this point. But still rather curious as to why children would be walking back into that building. Let's bring in retired FBI supervisory agent Rob Chadwick. He dealt with a similar situation just this past summer in Wayne, Michigan, where church officials prevented a shooting. Rob helped train the personnel there at that church. What are you thinking about what we're learning this afternoon, Rob?
Yeah, John, thanks so much. And I tell you, as soon as I heard about this and looked up where it was, it just reminded me immediately so many similarities between what happened here, at least what the early reports are, and what happened in Wayne, Michigan this past June, where, armed church security civilians, people with no law enforcement background, had taken the training and were prepared and interdicted what could have been an absolutely horrific loss of life. At that church, Cross Point Community Church, again, 25 miles away, had just finished a week of church Bible school. And the kids were, there's a packed congregation. Children were in there, giving their sort of presentation for what they had learned during the week, when a deranged gunman showed up outside, heavily armed with a shoulder weapon. And luckily, quick-thinking, parishioners, including a deacon who was unarmed, had no other alternative but tried to hit him with his truck. It luckily at least disabled the guy enough to alert the armed, trained security people who heard the shots when the gunman opened fire with an automatic weapon. Ended up shooting and injuring severely one of the security trained members there. But they were able to incapacitate that shooter literally steps away from hundreds of women and children and worshipers that were just inside the narthex. It was absolutely incredible. But just a testament to preparation. These people had just been to my organization, the USCCA, provides training for just this sort of situation. And just so thankful that you have people out there, because law enforcement obviously is there to protect, but they can't be everywhere. We all have to acknowledge that this is a reality in America today. Again, just happened 25 miles up the road. Very similar situation. Again, at least early reports are very similar outcomes thanks to preparation of church security and religious institution security people.
Yeah, I mean, to get the word that the security was able to engage with the shooter who rammed this vehicle into the building immediately, Rob, obviously was a good sign that security was able to limit anybody actually getting hurt. And the latest that we've heard from the sheriff is that no confirmed injuries, no one confirmed hurt at this time. We are still waiting on further updates. The governor's responded, the sheriff has spoken. We know that right now they're trying to eliminate concern that there was anyone else involved. Rob, what is that search like right now?
Well, right now, you obviously have every law enforcement agency responding to the scene, offering help to the local officials. The FBI, of course, is there. They're going to help reconstruct that crime scene. But, to Paul's earlier point, now they're going to start looking at, all right, who this person or people were that were involved, and immediately start doing, social network trace. Who was in contact with this person? Who may have encouraged or supported? Might there be other, potential coincidental attacks planned? That's why we have to urge, caution, lockdown. People should move away from, the immediate vicinity because we're not a threat. So people do need to take caution. But yeah, every law enforcement agency there will lend aid to the extent that, we don't know how big or how complex this investigation is going to become.
Rob, if, as the senior law enforcement official tells me, it's believed that the shooter is dead, and if in fact that is accurate, we have another case here of a good guy with a gun takes down a bad guy with a gun. It's a shame that it has come to that, but that's where we are in America these days.
John, you're so right, and it's it's one of the blessings of being an American. This is what the Second Amendment is all about. It gives us the right to that one tool, John, that separates us from catastrophe in the hands of a properly trained individual. And we, when I learned about the event in Wayne, Michigan, I was so gratified, having done 30 years in law enforcement, most of that in training, now working with civilians. This is what it's about. It's being able to protect yourself until law enforcement can get there. We know our law enforcement, first responders are stretched thin. They're doing everything they can. Each of us has to understand that we need to become stakeholders in our own safety and security. The USCCA has a website for religious institutions, uscca.com/worship, for these types of classes that are free. And I'll tell you, John, the most amazing thing about that past incident this summer, that team had just been to a training 3 nights before the attack happened.
Right. Gosh, Rob, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, it's a shame, Sandra, that's where we are in American society, too, that we go through these active shooter drills. And whether it's at a church or whether it's at a public school, even an elementary school, that's just part of society these days. Let's bring in Darren Porcher, former NYPD lieutenant. And Darren, AP is now confirming that the suspect is dead.
Yeah, John, I think that this is a positive outcome that the suspect has been neutralized. But the testament that we really need to support is that relationship between police and law enforcement, how they have that recurring training between the two entities, because that's going to be paramount. Oftentimes, these religious institutions, such as what we see here on television, have hired ex-police officers who are skilled and have a genuine understanding in how to provide the fortification in the building, such as what we see here. These religious institutions have been under siege. And when we look at and when we read the tea leaves from what happened in the Tree of Life shooting, it was something that led us to believe that we need to do more to fortifying these types of locations. So fortunately, no one was hurt. And I'm thankful that the assailant in this particular case didn't do recon, because had he waited at a longer point in the time of the day, there would have been more victims. So we were fortunate enough that this appears to be a lone wolf attack. So what we're going to do now is something we refer to as a backwards investigation. That's going to start with capturing video at the scene, coupled with going into this individual's cell phones and also connecting with people that do have a relationship with this person to find out how far back the planning took place and how it manifested into the combustible situation that we see on television. Thankfully, this came to an appropriate end, but we still need to continue to provide the necessary fortifications, because at this point in time, we're at war, and we've heard statements that have come from Iran that made mention to the propensity for attacks in the homeland. So now is the time for us to do what's right to protect our United States as well as institutions of this magnitude.
Darren, just a little bit more information about Temple Israel. It calls itself the nation's largest Reform synagogue, 12,000 members. It has an early childhood education center and offers educational programs for families as well as adults. The synagogue says it is passionate about helping Jewish communities across the globe. It has been growing in number, notably, and it says its mission is to create a community building through the lens of Reform Judaism. The Jewish Federation of Detroit has advised all Jewish organizations in the area now to go into lockdown, a lockout protocol. Nobody in or out of your building. You just imagine, Darren, that Jewish communities, synagogues all over the country are going to increase their security, and terribly, they're going to live in fear following another incident like this.
Well, Sandra, when we look to the anti-Semitic behavior on a global perspective, it's clear that the Jewish community has been under siege. So they've been very good in hardening their workplace or institutions of religious learning, such as what we see on television. And it's unfortunate society has come to this point, but I will say that the Jewish community is doing a tremendous job in hardening their facilities to assist or prevent attacks of this magnitude being far more catastrophic. We're fortunate we've only had the shooter neutralized and no one else. Remember, 1,200 people had the propensity to come to this location at a later time throughout the course of the day. John, you were going to say something?
I was just going to say, yeah, to your point there, you know, in the aerial shots that we see of the synagogue, there do appear to be bollards on the concrete pathway areas in between the driveway and the building itself. You can see their sort of center screen. You see a couple of police cars, and on the paved area, the concrete pathway leading to where you see the smoke, there's a couple of things there just off the sidewalk. Those appear to be bollards, those small ones. And then larger bollards you see on the right-hand side of your screen. That's to prevent vehicle-borne attacks. I mean, again, that's part of where we have come in America. And you come to Washington, D.C., you see those literally lining every street where there's an important building because people are driving vehicles into buildings, you know, all over the world, and many times they're laden with explosives. And if you can stop them from getting in the building, you can certainly dial down the potential for a catastrophic attack. But how that vehicle got in that building, I'm not sure, given that there did appear to be some barricade in front of the sidewalk there. Maybe drove under that tree, part of the grassy area there that is just off of the sidewalk. Not sure, Darren, but again, you talk about this idea of places like synagogues, churches having to protect themselves. This is part of the protection.
John, you're absolutely right. I live in New York City, and when you go through Times Square, or even if you go through the area of where Fox News is located, these bollards are being erected because this has now become the natural order of business as it relates to the fortification. People are weaponizing these vehicles and using them as something that can cause a severe injury or even death to whether it's the people on the street or the occupants of a building. But at the same token, this has become far more universalized as it relates to these balance, and it's here to stay, and I only see more coming in the future.
Darren, so we're waiting any further update from the police there. Obviously, this is an incredibly active scene. We have not been told to call this not an active shooter situation anymore, although we are now reporting that the suspect is believed to be dead. But the sheriff very notably said when he offered new details that they're still searching to confirm whether or not there was anybody else involved in this, Darren, and likely that is the search that is happening right now, and they're asking anybody who saw anything to please call in.
Right. The synagogue itself has a series of counter surveillance measures, which are primarily video, and that's capturing.
I'm looking at what, Jake?
I'm sorry, this video is capturing the events that transpired just a few minutes ago as it related to the shooter being neutralized. That's going to be something that's going to be very significant in trying to identify the rationale as to why this person did it, what directional path they took to get to the location, and it's going to assist them as we move forward into an after-action review. That after-action review is actually occurring now to determine the positives and the negatives. As John mentioned, although the Ballons were located at the location, we still had a vehicle that was able to get through. So how can they fortify themselves greater? And by looking through the lens of this video, they're going to be able to make those determinations and create those additional fortifications as it relates to moving forward and protecting those innocent individuals that attend to this location so they don't have to be in fear moving forward.
Darren, forgive me for the interruption. I was communicating with the control room. So we just have now from Bill Malugin the following reporter. Senior federal law enforcement confirms our reporting that the suspect is dead. Additionally, told the suspect's body is badly burned. He was killed by armed security. Bill is told that he rammed the car into the building, had a rifle, got into a shootout with security who killed him. The car was on fire inside, and that would obviously be the source of the smoke coming out of that building. So it would appear now that the immediate threat to the synagogue is over, but now we're dealing with the aftermath of making sure that that fire gets out, clearing the smoke from the building, and then trying to piece together how this all went down, Darren.
Right. An inflammatory device inside is more than likely the cause of why this individual burned up. It appears to me that this was a suicide mission that the assailant was on. And fortunately, we had the appropriate security that was able to neutralize him. In the earlier part of the segment, I heard mentioned as it relates to good guys with guns. This is where the Second Amendment is supported. We need to have good people that have the appropriate background checks and training to ensure that we have a safe and tranquil society. It's a shame that it's gotten to this point, but at the same token, it has gotten to this point. So by being at this point, what do we do to create the necessary fortifications? What you look at on your screen right now is where it came to fruition, and this is how it works when we have good guys with guns protecting us as an innocent society.
Okay, Darren, thank you very much for joining us on the breaking news.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's go now to James Gagliano, retired FBI supervisory special agent and Fox News contributor. So we've got confirmation, James, that the perpetrator is dead, rammed his vehicle into the synagogue, got into a shootout with a security officer who took him down. What's your assessment of what we know so far?
Yeah, John, today, what happened this morning at Old Dominion, we had an attack there. We're not sure what the motivation was. We know 2 people were seriously injured. We're still trying to sort that out. And then you have this incident in Michigan, and it takes me back 25 years in the FBI. Certainly worked a lot of hate crimes and a lot of terrorist and targeted attacks. And this takes me back, even working on this side of the police tape. Let me give you a statistic. 69% of all religiously motivated hate crimes are aimed at our Jewish brothers and sisters. Now, could this have been motivated by a love triangle? Could it have been motivated by workplace violence? Could it have been something completely different than what it appears? Of course, and law enforcement is certainly looking at that now. They're keeping their aperture wide to make sure that they don't focus in on something and not keep open all the potential purposes behind this attack. But how many times have we seen across the last 10 years, going back to the Tree of Life attack, which took place in Pittsburgh in 2016, where you have people doing this? Now, look, we have a Second Amendment. I'm a Catholic. I'm a member of the security at our Catholic parish in upstate New York. Unfortunately, churches, synagogues, mosques are all having to do this right now because these appear to be places that folks are targeting. And why so? Because historically, they've been considered soft targets. And what is a soft target? It's where a lot of people gather together and where they don't believe that there is going to be robust security. There's no metal detectors. There's no single point entry. There's no closed ingress and egress points after people enter and begin their worship services. So, John, it's still too early to say what this is, but the fact that a lot of the terrorists of recent have used vehicles to begin their attacks in Europe, going back to Nice, France, in I think that was 2016 or 2018, where a terrorist killed 86 people by running them over. This appears to be the new playbook or the new paradigm.
Yeah, noting that as we report this, as the shooter has been dead, this is someone who began the attack by ramming his vehicle into that building. Thankfully, we were able to report no injuries at this time. To your point, James, the sheriff has not confirmed a motive. He did offer a few details on camera a short time ago. I believe we have that now. Let's listen.
At least one individual came to the temple. Security saw him, engaged him in gunfire. The scene, we're not getting any active stimulus at the moment. We have everything here that we need, including, medics and tactical gear. We're looking.
To his point, a massive police force on site. But you go back to the moments when that vehicle rammed through the building and he came out.
We've been listening to Fox News special coverage of this shooter situation, potential shooter situation that was the police have been responding to in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. You still see a very active scene out there. But we also know and have seen from reporting that the suspect believed to have been killed by an armed security officer at that synagogue after ramming their car into the building. We have a number of different cameras from affiliates and from Fox 2 Detroit as well in that area. You can still see a number of folks there, and the sheer volume of law enforcement response that showed up to that scene. Again, we are hearing reports the suspect was dead after they rammed their car after getting into a shootout with a security officer at that synagogue. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and we appreciate you joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35. We've been tracking that breaking news out of Michigan for about an hour and a half now, and seeing those reports now that suspect is believed to be dead. Just for one kind of Florida tie here before I toss to break, I want to let you know that there is a bill that has been moving through the legislature in Tallahassee that has been looking at security at churches, synagogues, other places of worship, that kind of reduces the regulatory burden in order to have volunteer armed security guards because of the need to increase security at places of worship across the state of Florida. This is SB 52. It's now passed both chambers widely. I mean, the House passed it, I think, 111-1. The Senate passed it unanimously, I believe. And so this is something that Florida has been looking at, as well as is trying to make sure that the process isn't overly burdensome if there are churches that maybe can't afford to pay for security officers or security guards, but want to be able to have some volunteers as well. So just a one note of context for you as we watch here in Florida. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live. We do still have a lot to get to, so we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35, and we'll be back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer, thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. Want to let you know that we are tracking a hearing going on right now out of Brevard County, where a suspect who is charged in a deadly shooting in downtown Melbourne last May is in court. Stefan DeJuste, charged with murder and the killing of 19-year-old Nathaniel Jennings. This is a hearing that is going on for that suspect. A number of motions being discussed. We are monitoring that. Wanted to let you know that we are keeping an eye on that. We are also standing by for a news conference expected around 2:30. When we expect to hear from the GM of Orlando City SC talking about the parting ways with Orlando City head coach Oscar Pareja. That breaking news that we covered yesterday here on Florida Live. We're also getting ready for a 3 o'clock briefing at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, giving an update on where things stand with the Artemis program. We could get a launch date for that Artemis II mission, so we'll be bringing that to you live on Fox 35 News Plus on our live stream. Right now, though, it's time for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And I'm going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who's joining me live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today down in Manatee County, where a couple has an incredibly frightening tale to tell after they say an intruder got into their home on Sunday night. So this happened down in Parrish. And the couple says that they were coming down their block when they saw a man who was staggering on the road, and then they saw him run up their driveway. All the while, they say he was yelling incoherently. And when he got into their garage, the husband said he went to the house to get a weapon. He said that he did warn this person to get off of their property. Now, while that man was in the house, they say that this intruder grabbed his wife and began choking her. She started screaming, and that's when her husband said that he ran back into the garage, and together this husband and wife were able to restrain this person who they said was a stranger. They were able to restrain him until deputies arrived. Now, the woman, she was taken to an area hospital with a few bruises, and this attacker was identified as Edward Shea. Now, we have been told that he actually lives on the same street as this couple, and he is currently making his way through the legal system. And this couple says that if he does get released out on bond, they will get a protective order. But as of right now, Garrett, it is unclear what was going on Sunday night, why this man went into their garage, and why he began attacking this woman.
All right, Nancy, that's certainly concerning circumstances there, a scary situation. But my goodness, especially, probably very thankful that they were able to get that suspect identified.
Yes, they are definitely grateful they were able to identify him. And as I mentioned, it turns out that this guy does live on the same street as him, as this couple. So it's very confusing as to what was going on. They said they saw him and he was staggering up the road and that he was screaming incoherently, and they watched him go into their garage. So it is unclear what was going through this man's mind on Sunday night, but he does live on the same street as them. And so obviously that does add an extra layer of concern. And so that's why they said that they will seek a protective order should he be released out on bond.
All right. And our second story in the Tampa Connection, this is interesting. Some back and forth now between the state attorney general and the Tampa mayor.
Yes, State Attorney General James Uthmeier sent a letter to Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, and this all has to do with the department claiming, Uthmeier's department claiming that the police department is illegally restricting how officers cooperate with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Now, Uthmeier says his primary concern involves allegations that the department does not disclose the immigration status of certain witnesses and victims. Uthmeier states that sanctuary policy policies are strictly prohibited here in Florida. He has given Tampa Mayor Jane Castor until March 31st to reverse these practices and says if the city does not comply, the Attorney General warned of civil penalties, including the potential removal of Castor from her office as mayor. Now, Mayor Castor responded to the letter stating the city will review its procedures to ensure that they are making the best efforts to support federal immigration law. She defended the department's record, noting that Tampa is one of the safest cities of its size because of the trust that's been built between the police and the community. Now, the Tampa Police Department tells Fox 13 that it currently has 6 officers and 2 supervisors participating in the federal 287G program. And while that program is mandatory for Florida county jails, it is only encouraged, not required, for city police departments. Garrett?
All right. Certainly interesting there. We have seen the Attorney General have some interactions with our lawmakers in our area as well. So always interesting to see what happens with that. We'll keep an eye on that. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
I want to get you live now to Orlando, where we are hearing from Orlando City SC officials talking about the decision to part ways with the former head coach, Oscar Pareja. That was a big breaking news yesterday. So let's go ahead and listen in a little bit about the reasoning behind that decision.
Soccer in a position to compete for championships, and that doesn't go without our recognition and gratitude for his time here. It's a difficult moment for the club, obviously for the fan base right now. It brings a lot of anxiety, and hopefully I'm here to provide a little bit of clarity and calmness while we transition and navigate into this new waters for the club. Okay, I want to honor the past with Oscar Pareja. I want to acknowledge the pain that we're probably going through, but I want to look ahead and look at the future. Martin Perelman is the interim head coach for the team right now while we go through this transition. We have full confidence in the team, in the roster, and in Martin to lead the club in this moment. And I'm here, obviously, to take some questions for you. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll turn over to questions. As a reminder, please say your name and outlet for your first one. We'll start with Austin and go to Jamie.
Ricardo Austin David with OrlandoCitySC.com. Just kind of to start with, what kind of led to this decision ultimately being made, and I guess why now? That's not something based only on the latest results or the latest stretch of games, and I know there people think about that and think about the end of last year. Obviously, this is a high performance club. We expect results, and we are in a league and in a club that is in a position now that Oscar, his team, myself, and the people of the soccer leadership has put the team at right now. The expectations with Orlando City are different than they were when we first arrived at the club. So I think first it's important to say that it was a mutual agreement between us and Oscar Pareja, ongoing conversations that were taken and that started in the last few weeks, that simply we were thinking about the future in a different way. We were going into a different direction. Maybe we didn't share the same long-term vision for the club, and then we agreed that this was the right time for us to make a change and to put the team in a position to go back to its winning days and put the team in a position to fight for what the team wants to fight and achieve the goals of the season.
James Alonso.
Jamie Say, News 6. What does the coaching search look like, and how soon would you like to identify your permanent person?
Yeah, for now, we were giving full support to our interim coach, Martin Perelman, and we're focused on giving the team the support that the team needs right now to go and get some points for us. We have a very difficult stretch of games ahead of us. So for now, the focus will be to give support for the team and for Martin to achieve the results that are probably right there and what's next. And then we're going to assess what needs to be assessed in due time.
Do you anticipate having a permanent head coach in place before this season ends? Or do you anticipate Martin leading the way for this season?
We're open and ready for both scenarios. If there's a coaching search, I would assume that depending on how things go, Martin would be considered. But it's something that we're going to assess in due time.
Alonso del Mike.
Hola Ricardo, te voy a preguntar por qué Martín se es el elegido, porque él fue parte de Oscar Pareja el año pasado, claro. Y el equipo desde agosto hasta el día de hoy ha ganado 2 veces en 90 minutos y 1 en penales. ¿Por qué se decide por Martín y por qué no de repente buscar a alguien antes de reemplazar al profesor Pareja?
No, gracias Alonso por la pregunta. Bueno, Martín es lo que yo puedo decir. Yo lo que podía decir era el asistente institucional del club, ¿no? Martín es un entrenador que yo contraté para el club en 2022, para el OCB. Estuvo ahí por 2 temporadas de mucho éxito, de desarrollo de jugadores, a empezar por Alejandro Granados, que vendimos a Europa, pero Martín también fue el que eligió a Gusky y a Tahir.
Continuing to hear some of the discussion and the reasoning behind the parting of ways between Orlando City SC and head coach Oscar Pareja, who had been with the club since the end of 2019, so since the 2020 season. Continuing to listen in to that this afternoon here on Florida Live. We are also monitoring some new details coming in from Michigan, where we were tracking breaking news there this afternoon. So we are keeping an eye on that for any new developments, any new information. The big thing that we have heard from officials is that there were no civilian casualties, that the Jewish Federation says the lockdown is over. But the big thing, again, no casualties other than that suspect who is dead and a security guard who is hurt. So we are continuing to follow and monitor that situation in Michigan. In fact, I do have a feed right now. Let's go ahead and listen in as the sheriff speaks and gives answers some questions about what happened out there today.
The response, those security guards, and how this could be far worse than what we're reporting and seeing right now.
No, absolutely. In fact, what I would tell you is that I am deeply proud of the response, not only from the security that was on site, but also of all the police officers and the firefighters that are here right now. We train on active shooter events a lot. The county has a consortium, Oak Tech, that trains the entire county on active shooter tactics, and that's something that we believe in and that we support, and I think that training certainly helped to mitigate what happened here today.
And the chief has been in contact with all of the facilities for weeks, and not just on the last couple of weeks, but constantly forever. But in the last couple of weeks, even a lot more integrated communication. You know, I mean, there are always, and all of the agencies in Oak County are partnering with their religious institutions and schools. Anytime there's a concern, there's communication, there's extra patrol, extra attention, extra warnings. That had all leading up to this. And the team inside that building was very queued up. And I know the chief had communicated directly with their head of security weeks ago.
Were there any directed threats at this specific temple?
There was no specific chatter about any institution or facility in Oakland County, but they were all on alert.
Sheriff, we see vehicles leaving.
Synagogues in Oakland County there, as you hear the sheriff describe, had been on alert, not for any specific threat, but just for an increased risk. But again, the suspect dead, a security guard injured after that suspect rammed their car into the synagogue. This is Temple Israel, a Jewish synagogue in West Bloomfield, Michigan, and then got in a shootout with that security officer. And I apologize for the video quality on that. That's what we were dealing with as it came in. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. It's time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who is joining me live now. And Laurel, we've been dealing with the heat. We're watching for rain chances today. I mean, we're just smack dab in the middle of summer, it seems like.
Yeah, we're very much in like a summertime like pattern. We have the summer heat, we have the summer storms like what we're seeing today, and we also have the summer pollen out there as well. I don't know about you, but my allergies have been a mess lately. So this was a picture I took yesterday of our thunder truck. Literally, the pollen was so thick, I could write a chew on the hood. So it has been horrible with the pollen. Everything has been quite literally at 100 between all of the pollen. And the reason why is because we've had gusty winds, of course, the very warm and dry air that's just continuing. And that's just confusing not only us thinking it's summer, but also the plants as well. They think it's late spring, early summer. So that's why there's more pollen in the air. And you can just see right here, that is probably why your eyes, your nose have been a little bit more itchy than normal. Today, skyrocket high is how bad the allergies are today. As we get that little bit of rain moving in across Orlando through the rest of the afternoon, that's what's going to take our allergy heights down just a little bit. And then even more, taking a look at Sunday as more rain is on the way. So allergy relief is coming in the form of some rain, and it's already up on the radar. Gainesville, Ocala have already been seeing scattered showers. Same with Palm Coast. A little bit of a heavier shower making its way over Daytona Beach right now, but this entire line slowly going to scoot towards I-4, and heads up, this is going to be during the evening commute. So take it slow out there, take your time getting home, because yes, we will definitely be kind of at smack dab in the middle of the rain here in Orlando as we head through the evening hours. So Ocala right now, they needed the rain desperately, and you can see that field down in the bottom. It is burnt down there, 64 degrees out there right now. Here in Orlando though, it's in the 80s, so quite the temperature difference now that we're seeing that rain move on in, but it is going to be so nice finally seeing rain back in the forecast, and more of it is on the way. I know a lot of kids are probably starting their spring break today. I know Lake Mary, because I know Garrett's wife is going to be finally saying goodbye to students today, but she does have a day of work tomorrow, which kicks off spring break next week. And unfortunately, sorry students, you might need the rain jacket as opposed to the bathing suit, taking a look ahead towards spring break. So today, rain chances continuing, making their way down towards Orlando as we head through the next hour or so. Still seeing those lingering showers. Taking a look and before we finally start to quiet down at about 10 p.m. And then we could be seeing just a little bit of those showers making their way on shore to Cocoa Beach, Melbourne, as we head through your Friday. As that frontal boundary moves through, those winds kind of switch around. Right now they're coming in from the northeast. Then we're going to see those winds switch and come directly in from the east, which could create a very spotty shower along the coast as we take a look ahead towards Friday. Saturday, more of the same. We could be seeing another spotty shower or two make its way on shore, but then we're seeing our next big rain chance coming in on Sunday. So kind of zooming out a little bit, you can see a frontal boundary slowly making its way across St. Louis, moving into Atlanta, and all that moisture is kind of going to be pushed up from the south, and you can see those scattered showers kind of popping up right in the central part of the peninsula. This is going to be Sunday evening, and we're going to continue to hold those pretty high rain chances until about Monday. So here's our rain chance forecast for today. Maybe seeing an inch at most if you get caught in a heavier storm, but really the main rain is going to be on Sunday. Region-wide, we could be looking at about a solid inch of rain. Again, all really going to depend if you get caught in some of those scattered showers. And this is going to quite literally take the pollen from everywhere and put it on the ground. So even though the roads may be looking a little yellow, luckily it's no longer going to be in the air. And of course, today is Thursday. We desperately need the rain, and this is when we also see our drought monitor updated. 70% of Florida currently is under extreme drought, and areas especially here closer to Orlando are now starting to see more of those severe drought conditions. Orlando no longer in that moderate drought risk. Orlando is now in that severe drought risk. So this rain very much welcome for all of us, hopefully combating these drought conditions just a little bit, starting to see a little bit more of that frequent rain in the forecast. But luckily, we are going to be seeing that cool down as we take a look ahead to next week and Tuesday, especially for the St. Patrick's Day. It's going to be chilly out there. Temperatures lingering right around 66 degrees, but that should be the last cold snap that we see. We're kind of above average too much that we have to kind of get taken down a little bit before we even out back to those average temperatures. Taking a look ahead to later on next week. So yeah, Garrett, probably not the spring break forecast that a lot of students were hoping for, but hey, it's the forecast that we need for sure.
Yeah, it's still spring break.
Yeah.
You know, they still don't have to go to school and deal with their teachers like my wife.
That's true.
I'm allowed to say that. So, but yeah, I mean, if they're wanting to spend time at the beach, a bit of a bummer.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to have that warm weather, but we do need that rain. I mean, that last graphic, I think, said it all.
Yeah.
Looking at the drought just all across the state.
And even just my backyard this morning, I went outside, mowed the lawn. All of my plants were fried because of the heat this week. Some of them are still fried from the cold snap that we had. So it's literally, we've had the two big extremes. And now I feel like this is finally kicking us back into what we should be for this time of year.
A little bit of moderation.
Little bit of moderation finally coming back, which again, we needed it. So
yeah. There's no doubt about that. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. We are still hearing from Orlando City SC GM Ricardo Moreira, who is talking with reporters about the decision to part ways with Oscar Pereira, the former head coach of Orlando City. Let's go ahead and listen in as he takes more questions about that decision and where the club goes from here.
Times in your answers to these questions, style of play would certainly fall under new direction for the team. Is it safe to summarize that style of play, yours versus Oscar's, had a big role in this decision?
No, of course, and maybe sometimes we saw the game in different ways and different philosophies, but again, not in a contentious way. I think it's natural that leadership has some different views on the team, on the game, on player assessment, on everything. And I think it's natural, and I think it's positive and healthy for any organization or any club or any leadership group, right? What I mean by that is, in my position, I want to support the head coach to put the team in the best position possible to play a good fashion of soccer. every time this fashion of soccer gives us a better opportunity to win trophies and to win games. That's all I want to say with it.
Well, Mike. What would you find a successful season this year for the group? And when we talk about pressure, because it was something that Oscar spoke about before he left and earlier this preseason, the pressure that he was tasked with turning things around, considering how the results were last season. Do you feel there is now some added pressure on you you made this change, now it's up to you to make sure whatever change was made, it's executed correctly?
Yeah, no, again, it was a mutual decision, right, the change, and it was an an assessment that took a few weeks for us to go into this direction. I think the responsibility will ultimately always fall on me or the head coach or the leadership that we have in our soccer operations, and obviously I'm the one to answer for that. If it's bigger or not, the responsibility now is just honestly something that I don't assess now. I don't put my efforts or my thoughts on it now. I put my efforts and my thoughts on helping the team to be in the best position possible to succeed. We have a really good culture in our training facilities. We have a really good culture within the team, within the locker room, and we want to keep this alive and we want to improve this even more to, again, put us in a position to win. What is a successful season for us? There are a lot of small wins throughout the season, throughout soccer operations, throughout the academy, throughout OCB, player signings, player transfers, everything that is part of the ecosystem of a club. But I'm not going to deny the fact that we want to compete for trophies and for championships. But obviously, if you talk about MLS Cup only one club wins the trophy, right? It doesn't mean that the other 29 clubs were not successful during this season. I think a successful season for us is to put the team year after year in a better position to win. Maybe last year we were not in the best position to win the trophy, different than maybe 2024 and 2023, right? So when I look ahead, that's my job, that's my responsibility, that's the head coach responsibility, that's the player's responsibility as well.
We'll go back to Luis.
Hi, Ricardo. I wanted to ask you in regards to the U22s that were signed. A lot of them come from South America, especially Brazil out with a high pedigree. Is the new coach maybe going to have that specific background or something that takes the best out of those U22s, the permanent coach? When it comes to time, what kind of profile are you looking for specifically for a coach the next era of Orlando City? Thank you, sir.
No, thanks, Luis. I knew that this question was coming. I'm Brazilian, of course. The current head coach, interim head coach, is Argentine. Don't forget that. His assistant is also from Argentina, and our head coach is from Argentina. So, but it's not. It's I would say that it's just a coincidence. The current under-22 players, the three of them, are from Brazil, and it's natural that when you're recruiting, when you're looking for players, and you're trying to reinforce a group of players in soccer and football, you're gonna look to countries like Brazil, like Argentina, and other countries that are good sources of talented players. And Brazil, obviously, is one of the top ones in the world. And not to forget that in the past we had other different nationalities, players coming from different countries, different backgrounds, and we have, I believe, 14, 15, or 16 different nationalities within the core of the soccer operations, players included. And again, if it was the NBA, I would be looking to the United States as a source of players first. But that's soccer, that's football, and we look a lot in South America, we look a lot in Europe, but we look a lot in MLS as well. And let's not forget that different than other years in the recent stretch of in the recent transfer windows, we've been doing more and more trades within the league, bringing more domestic players, something that probably we're not doing enough in the last couple of years. And by that, I can mention Atuesta, Brian Ojeda, Maxime Crepeau, Spicer, Griffin Dorsey, and others. So I think it's a mix. There's no specific target. I just think it's natural that we look in countries that are good sources of talent.
Well, Austin, then Nathaniel.
Ricardo,
just touching on Martin, you kind of mentioned at the beginning of the press conference his past with OCB, growing a lot of the players that are currently on the first team roster. With his experience and with this kind of youth that has come up within the system that is now within the first team, and the U22 players that you mentioned, his experience working with young players, how much of a boon is that in this moment right now of having kind of a safety net of somebody that they're familiar with and that has worked with younger players?
No, that's a good question because, again, the core of the groups is still here, right? Obviously, we let go or transfer players that were very successful in the club in the last couple of seasons. But in soccer, everything's a cycle, right? The head coach is a cycle, the GM is a cycle, the players we are all part of cycles that have a start and an end. And now we'll have to look ahead. And obviously, when we look ahead and you bring some young players up, but when we also bring different players, experienced ones, veteran ones, there are growing pains in everything and everywhere, right? Again, I'm not afraid of taking calculated risk, and I'm not afraid of playing young players or bringing young players, and I'm sure that Martin is not as well because he's got experience and he's been known by that in OCB and by his coaching philosophy, right? The only thing that I'm afraid of is being stuck as a GM, as a soccer club. My responsibility is to put this team in a position to try to win, to try to achieve things that we have never achieved, right? So by doing the same things that we were doing before, I believe that we could, yes, put a team in the position to win, but we didn't do. I haven't done. Oscar haven't done, or nobody here have done, right? So again, I'm afraid of being stuck, of not trying to do the best that I can, or supporting the head coach and the players the best that I can, or the best that this environment or this club or this city need for us to bring a trophy or to compete for trophies for this team.
Orlando City SC General Manager Ricardo Moreira talking about the end of the relationship, parting of ways with Oscar Pareja, the head coach. We are out of time here on Florida Live, but I want to give you a live look at the vehicle assembly building at Kennedy Space Center, where the Artemis II is currently being held after some work being done on it following that second dress rehearsal. We're about to hear from NASA officials talking about how the flight readiness review went, maybe even getting us a launch date for that upcoming Artemis II moon mission. So that's going to start at 3 o'clock. We'll be live streaming that. So if you're joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook, you can continue to watch us there. We're going to have that live stream for you in just a minute. Thanks for joining us on Florida Live today. It's been a busy day. Live look right now at the Vehicle Assembly Building, Kennedy Space Center.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
You are watching Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. We are standing by for a news conference any minute now from officials and leaders at NASA's Kennedy Space Center along Florida's Space Coast, where we're going to get an update on where things stand with the upcoming Artemis II mission. This is something we've been tracking, some of the ongoing issues. They did 2 of the dress rehearsals. After that second one, they ended up pushing or rolling Artemis II back to the VAB, taking it off of the launch pad. That took a March launch date off the table, likely pushed it back to April. So we're hoping to hear a launch date coming up in this news conference that is just about to get underway. This is following the flight readiness review that is always done. That looks at all the factors and determines when they would be ready to launch and give us that no earlier than date. So we're hoping to hear that today. This obviously comes amid a lot of structural changes with the Artemis program. We know they've added additional launches, pushing that moon landing back to Artemis 4 instead of the Artemis 3 mission. They're going to be aiming for 2028 for potentially 2 moon landings that year. So we are excited about the future of this moon mission and the programs that are ahead, but still a lot of questions right now about what's coming with Artemis II. So hoping for a date here, so we'll keep our ears open for that coming up in this news conference that is just about to get underway at Kennedy Space Center, where we're going to hear from Lori Glaze, John Honeycutt, Sean Quinn, and Norm Knight. In fact, we see our feed up here now. Let's go ahead and listen in as NASA introduces our speakers and this news conference gets underway.
Associate Administrator for NASA's Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate. John Honeycutt, Chair of the Artemis II Mission Management Team. Sean Quinn, Exploration Ground Systems Program Manager. And Norm Knight, Director of Flight Operations. So we'll have some opening remarks from our panelists today, then we'll get into question and answers from both you here in the room as well as on the phone. A reminder to those who have joined us by phone, you can join the question queue by pressing *1. And with that, we'll start with Lori.
Great. Thank you so much, Rachel. It's great to be here again with you all. And thank you so much for the turnout. Thank you for being here and for the tremendous interest, sustained interest even in Artemis II. As Rachel said, we just completed, about a couple hours ago, we completed 2 days of discussions as part of our Artemis II Flight Readiness Review. The Flight Readiness Review is our final big assessment of our readiness for launch, where we are going to, when we launch, fly 4 astronauts around the moon and bring them home safely. An incredible amount of work has gone into preparing for this test flight by thousands of people across our integrated team. At the conclusion of the Flight Readiness Review, I'll just say during the Flight Readiness Review, we had extremely thorough discussions, very open, transparent. We talked a lot about our risk posture and how we're mitigating those risks. We reviewed the challenges that we've had and how we've addressed them. And we talked about the work that remains, what's left to do, and how we're going to get through all of that. We were fortunate to have our crew join us virtually for the review from Houston: Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Having them join us in this review really reinforced the importance of having open, honest discussions about our path forward and about the risks that we're asking them to take. At the conclusion of the FRR, all the teams polled go to launch and fly Artemis II around the moon, pending completion of some of the work before we roll out to the launch pad. Just a reminder to everybody, we talk about it every time we talk about this flight. It's a test flight, and it is not without risk, but our team and our hardware are ready. We are planning to roll out to the pad, back out to the pad, targeting next week, a week from today on the 19th. We are on track for that. Everything's going pretty well. Maybe even a little ahead of that, but we're shooting for the 19th. And then once we get back out to the pad, we'll configure for launch. Pending completion of the work in the VAB and at the pad, we are on track for a launch as early as April 1st. And we are working toward that date. I'll say the launch time on the April 1st is at 6:24 p.m. I also wanted to note, I'm sure many of you have seen our little calendar with the green squares on it that shows the available dates for launches in April. We have also just continued to refine our analyses of launch availability and are adding April 2nd to our calendar of potential launch opportunities in that early April launch period. The launch on the 2nd would be at 7:22 p.m. Within those 6 days between the 1st and the 6th, we can't always turn around every day for an attempt. We would anticipate on the order of about 4 opportunities within that 6-day period. Again, while I am comfortable and the agency is comfortable with targeting April 1st as our first opportunity, just keep in mind we still have work to go. There are still things that need to be done within the VAB and out at the pad. And as always, we'll always be guided by what the hardware is telling us, and we will launch when we're ready. I want to close just by saying how proud I am of this amazing team that is working tirelessly to prepare to launch and fly our astronauts around the moon and bring them home safely. With that, I'll hand it over to John.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Hello again. It's good to be back with you all today, and it's even better for us to be ready in the rocket to get ready to roll out again and launch this mission. Probably over the last 7 days, pretty much on, more than off, we spent a lot of time with the senior executives and the leadership throughout the enterprise talking about our risk posture, as Lori alluded to, but moreover, looking at it through the lens of an agency FRR is really more like it's telling the risk story, and it's about how you communicated risk. So Lori said, hey, we need to spend a few days doing just that and kind of wire brushing the team so that we don't put ourselves in a posture of what I always kind of talk to folks about sometimes, don't bring me a kit and make me have to put it together myself. I wanted to be crisp on going to this agency FRR and making sure that we had the kit put together so that folks could understand that we were doing our best job at communicating the risk associated with this mission. Over and over again, we ask ourselves, is the rocket ready to fly? Is the spacecraft ready to fly? Is the integrated team ready? So another piece that kind of drives into that is Amit's been talking to us for several months about failure of imagination. I think we use that term a lot in human space flight, right? And so we want to be sure that we're thinking about everything that can possibly go wrong. And have we assessed and adjudicated all the risks to put us in the best posture to be successful? I, like Lori, was very pleased with the outcome of the flight readiness review. Amit asked for dissenting opinions at the end. We spent a little bit of quiet time, giving people plenty of time to come to the table and share any dissenting concerns, and there were none. We took some actions at the FR today. Some of those actions are due to be completed prior to rollout, which I don't think is a big deal. It's just work we got to get done. And then there's some that will come to the L-2 when the enterprise hands over the mission management to the MMT. And like I said, we got a path to close all the open actions either prior to rollout or prior to launch. I spent a lot of time over the last probably 7 months putting teams together to go look at risk across all the individual elements of the enterprise and how they stack up, and then once I got that data put together by the teams, I put together another team to go assess all those integrated risks and how they interact with each other from a top-down perspective and a bottoms-up perspective. And I was really pleased to report, that we didn't find any new integrated risk interactions throughout that process. So just in closing, I'll say that, this is the first flight, like I've always said, of humans in over 50 years and to the moon, and that's certainly exciting. And I've always cautioned the team, and we won't do it, and we're not going to celebrate this small victory that we had on getting through the FR, which was quite a big deal, but it's just a step along the way. So we're not going to celebrate till we get Reed and Victor and Christina and Jeremy safely home. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Sean.
All right. Thank you very much, John. Well, first of all, it's good to see everyone here today. It's really incredible that we've set a new launch date to send our astronauts back to the moon for the first time for 50 years. Exactly 2 weeks ago, we had to roll back from the pad after a very successful wet dress rehearsal. And, it was frustrating to have the issue that we had, but, as you know, we had a problem loading helium on the upper stage. We got the vehicle back to the VAB, and we removed the suspect part. It was what we call a quick disconnect, a helium quick disconnect. And we took it to our labs, we x-rayed it, and we found a seal blocking the flow of the helium through the QD. And so at that point, we set upon a path to figure out the root cause. And so we set up some non-flight units down at our launch equipment test facility and proceeded to duplicate the conditions that we experienced when we were trying to load helium on board the upper stage, and we were able to replicate the problem. Since that time, our combined engineering teams across our ground systems and SLS teams came up with a design fix. That design fix was implemented on a test article, and we have successfully tested it, and we have qualified it for use on Artemis II. And the modified QD is already on the upper stage. So I was very, very proud of the team and the work that they did to quickly understand the root cause and come up with a corrective action and get us back in a posture to roll back out. We've also replaced the flight termination system batteries on the ICPS, on the core stage, and the boosters. And we are in the process now of testing the flight termination system in the VAB. So far, the VAB processing has gone very well. And, as Lori mentioned, we're targeting March 19th, the roll date. And should we meet that roll, which we have fairly high confidence we are, it'll be the fastest turnaround in the Artemis program since we started. 22 days from the time we roll off the pad to getting back out to the pad. During that time, we've also charged Orion's launch abort systems batteries. We performed another closeout crew demo in the VAB. And, the closeout crew and getting them trained and making sure we hit our timelines is very important for our launch countdown. And we got it done in a little under about 2 hours and 40 minutes. And so we're meeting our closeout crew timeline, and that was very good training. We also replaced the liquid oxygen seals on the tail service mast umbilicals. And so we thought while we had the time, given the experience we had with the LH2, the hydrogen seals, would be a good idea to change those. So we did that, and that's all completed. And now we've committed to roll again on the 19th. We'll get the vehicle back out of the pad, go through the pad preps, set up our EES system, raise the engine service platform, raise the extensible columns, do all that work, and put us in a good launch posture. Now, I will tell you that over a year ago, we set out to launch no later than April of 2026. Amit challenged us to get the vehicle to the pad by February. We held schedule for an entire year. That's quite an accomplishment for all the programs that are supporting Artemis. However, we had the problem with the helium disconnect, and we listened to the hardware and said we're not ready. We brought it back, fixed it, and we're going to get back out there for that launch attempt on April 1st. I will tell you that this processing flow has gone very well in terms of our timelines. And, we spent half the time in the multi-payload processing facility to service Orion as we did for the Artemis I flow. And we cut the time in the launch abort systems facility by a third. So we're learning. We're all very excited to implement the new vision for Artemis that our administrator has announced to increase our launch cadence. And I think Artemis II is putting on us a good path. So it's good to be here. And with that, I'll turn it over to Norm.
All right. Well, thank you, Sean. And really thank you to everyone for your continued interest in this historic mission. You know, the flight readiness review over these past 2 days was excellent and really heavily focused on crew risk and mission success. As you've heard, we remain on track for an April launch opportunity. Our teams in Mission Control Houston are fully prepared to support this mission. They've been training side by side with the astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, through countless simulations and really working through every scenario. The team is ready to support both the astronauts and the spacecraft systems through the journey around the moon to when they're reunited with their families after splashdown. I talked with Reed this morning, and the crew is in excellent shape and ready to fly. They've complete confidence in the ground team supporting them. They have built strong relationships with our flight controllers and the integrated teams over the course of their training flow. For an April 1st launch, the crew will begin pre-launch quarantine at about L-14 days, which is March 18th, and will then travel here to the Kennedy Space Center at L-5 days, which is March 27th. This is an exciting time for our entire flight operations team to fly humans around the moon for the first time in over 50 years, send them further than any humans since Apollo 13, and continue paving the road of human exploration to the moon and beyond. As always, our astronauts and their safety remain our top priority. With that, I'll hand it back to Rachel.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll start taking some questions. We will start here in the room. If you're here in the room, please wait for the mic to come around. We'll also take some questions by phone. If you've joined us by phone, please remember to press star 1 to get into the question queue. And with that, let's start over here. Marcia Dunn.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. I'd like to hear a little bit more about how you fixed this helium. What caused the seal to block the flow of helium, and how do you redesign for that? And Laura, you mentioned April 2. Is that now a new date? Yes. And does that give us 6 tries at the beginning of? So you didn't remove one to? No. Perfect. Thank you. Got it.
Yeah. So without trying to get overly complicated, so the quick disconnect between the upper stage and the ground umbilical, there are seals in there to hold that helium, in the pressure line. And one of the seals occasionally would get forced out of its location that it's supposed to be and block the flow through the quick disconnect itself. We actually ended up removing that seal and reinforcing another seal that would be less susceptible to that phenomenon. And so, we'd have this buildup of high-pressure gas after we vented the helium bottles. That high-pressure gas forced that what we call this body seal out. And we redesigned a channel around another seal that also holds the pressure, a secondary seal, reinforced that. And we've tested it multiple times. We took that QD through some brutal tests to make sure it was going to work. And we feel pretty confident about it for Artemis II. Yep.
And then if I can provide just an explicit answer to Marcia, because I was shaking my head in the room and just want to make sure everybody gets the answer, that yes, we have added the 2nd of April. That is a new date. Previously it had been excluded. We've done additional work, and now we've done enough analyses to believe that that is a viable date. So it's been added, and it is an add. We haven't taken any other dates away. We have 6 potential dates. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bill Harwood.
Hi, Bill Harwood, CBS News. Since virtually all of you mentioned the risk analysis for this mission, the OIG last week put a report out that put the risk of lunar operations at 1 in 40 and the risk of lunar mission from start to finish at 1 in 40, or 1 in 30, I'm sorry. Is there a probabilistic risk assessment for Artemis II? What are the numbers? Since you're talking about assessing the risk, you've got to have some way to do that. So is there a number to put on this flight in terms of what you consider acceptable risk?
Do you want to take that one, John?
Yeah. So, Bill, we've grappled with this overall number for a while. What I would say is we understand the risk associated with the individual components, the subsystems, and then the overall systems. I think I talked at the end of Artemis I relative to, new rockets it's a 1 in 2 chance to make it, right? So I think we're looking at this kind of qualitatively, like I've done a lot of thinking and a lot of reading about, okay, what does that mean for us for Artemis II? And there's a lot of variables there, right? And it really depends on how quickly you get back into flying, right? And so, one of the variables is we've got such a gap between Artemis I and Artemis II, and you don't have that cadence, kind of like we had in shuttle, where we fly sometimes 4 or 5 times a year, right? So Lori and I have talked about this a lot, and so the numbers would tell you just kind of qualitatively that, it's probably a 1 in 50 would be a good number if you were really getting after it and had a good cadence on a second or a third time. But with this gap that we got, it's probably not 1 in 50. It's probably not 1 in 2, but it's probably, like, and I'm quoting Lori on this, is and I believe it too. It's probably closer to 1 in 2. That and that's. Well, that basically means we're probably not 1 in 50 on the mission going exactly like we want to, but we're probably not 1 in 2 like we were on the first flight. That's what I would tell you. I think we're being really careful not to really lay probabilistic numbers on the table for this mission, just given the small amount of data. You say anything you don't agree with there you want to add?
I guess the one thing I would add is you asked specifically about the probabilistic risk assessment, and we do those. We have that. They're numbers. I think sometimes we get tricked into believing that those numbers are somehow really telling us something critically important. I think they're valuable. I think we can do things in a relative sense to measure what's more risky or less risky. But I agree with John that in this sense, I think as we're thinking this through, thinking about it as it's not the first flight, but we're also not in a regular cadence. So we definitely have significantly more risk than a mission, a flight system that's flying all the time. But I'm with him. I wouldn't actually put a number on it.
I can break it down in terms of the mission phases, right? And I can tell you, when we got the most dynamic activities going on, like during ascent, and then when we're doing those burns, doing the perigee raise, and then we're doing the TLI burn, those are going to be the times that we're introducing the most risk into the whole mission. There's a lot of times where we're steady state and we're going to be feeling pretty good about what's going on in the mission. But at the end of the day, we want to accomplish as many goals as that we've laid out for ourselves in the mission. But the main thing that I want to do is I want to hit that damn entry interface right down the middle and make sure that I'm bringing the crew home safely.
Okay. Let's go second row, Will Robinson-Smith.
Hi, excuse me, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thanks for taking the time to talk with us. Maybe just to clarify this, just to make sure that at least I'm fully understanding what you're saying. So the 1 and 2, is that essentially to say that there's a coin flip in the mission going fully successfully as architected? And then just secondarily, a quick follow-up. We saw the VAB be evacuated earlier today, and there was some talk of a loud bang. Can you clarify what exactly happened? Thanks.
Sean can get that in just a minute. So I don't want you walking out here and saying that I said this mission's a 1 and 2, right? I'm saying if you look at the data over time, over the lifespan of just building new rockets, right? The data would show you that 1 out of 2 is successful. You're only successful 50% of the time. I think we're in a much better position than that. And the only way that I can put us in a better place than the 1 and 2 is do what we've done, right? Uncover all the risk and make sure we've done everything to buy down risk, give us options to work through challenges that we've got. And then at the end of the day, it's going to be what it's going to be. Now, I'm not being flippant about that, because these teams the individuals are ready to go fly. We have spent a lot of time working through our processes on the ground and in space and for landing and recovery. Teams are well practiced. There's probably not many scenarios that if things go fairly nominal that we don't understand. Norm and I talk about it a lot, where we know we're going to get a curveball thrown at us, and so then we got to weigh our options and assess the risk at that point in time, and then we'll keep moving on.
Okay.
He'd got your bang story there.
Well, let's see. So first of all, we don't know exactly the cause of the loud noise. We had what we call an access control monitor hear it, didn't know what it was, did the right thing, pulled the fire alarm. We rolled the fire engines, the fire department, into the VAB. They did their normal methodical checkouts that they do whenever a fire alarm is pulled, and we declared the building fire safe shortly after that. And we don't know exactly where the bang came from, but we went ahead and shut the VAB down, evacuated the personnel, and did the safety checks. We could not find any sign at all of a fire. The person also reported an odor. We think it may have come from a floor drain, and declared the facility fire safe and brought our crews back in to continue working. I could speculate on what it was, and I just don't want to do that right now. Okay. Yep.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone and then come back here in the room. First up, we have Jonathan Sari with Fox.
Thank you so much for taking the time. This is for whoever wants to take a forward look, future Artemis missions, Artemis 4 and beyond, the human landing system. The OIG report raises concerns over the elevator in the Starship HLS being the only way for astronauts to move between the surface and the crew compartment. What options for a backup is NASA exploring?
I'm not sure if you're asking about a backup to the elevator or a backup to the Starship. I mean, certainly we do have two options in our human landing system program to provide landers to the surface. We've got both the Starship from SpaceX, and we have the anticipated Mark II eventually from Blue Origin. For the other lander that we have on contract. Both of them will have to demonstrate not only the successful landing and ability to an uncrewed landing and ascent from the surface of the moon before we commit to putting our crew on there, but they're going to have to demonstrate that they are qualified for human flight.